So we've all gathered today to play a one-shot of Fate. Thank you all very much for your support of the Book of Hanz Kickstarter. I really appreciated that. And so I'm hoping that we can have a very fun gaming session today. We are going to basically like start from the very beginning, go through character creation, and play ourselves a game. What I would like to do is start with the idea of like what kind of game do we want to play today. So for instance, pardon me, sorry, I'm getting over a cold. We can pick like genres, we can pick the amount of gonzo, like, you know, whether this is like something like, you know, we play it straight or we play it like super weird and wonky. Like the whole, like there's a whole gamut of things that we can do. We can choose popular intellectual property that we like and play in that sandbox. I put that question to you. Like, what kind of game do we want to play today?
What about a James Bondish kind of a Mission Impossible kind of that kind of a thing?
Mm-hmm. What's everybody else think about that?
Could we do it in space? Did you hear me?
Yeah, we heard you. Yeah, I mean, James Bond.
Moonraker it is.
All right. Well,
I just got the space toolkit from, the space toolkit from Evil Hat, and I was reading it, so I was kind of into space stuff right now.
That sounds good.
I said that.
If you saw my background in Zoom, you'd know that if you picked Star Trek, I would be happy with that version, but any space is fine.
Yeah, that works for me.
All right, cool. So, space spy stuff. That sounds like a lot of fun. All right. In fact, I think that at one point there was a spy toolkit that was on the docket for Fate, but I think it got axed, or maybe that was just something that I was talking about with somebody. All right, so spy game. We're gonna do character creation. We're gonna do it in Fari. Fari is. I'll post the link into this group video call that we've got going on here. That way you have access to it. Has anyone used Fari to play Fate before, or play anything before, actually? No. All right. So what Fari is, all right. So what Fari is, the developer behind it, Renee, built this specifically to play Fate online, because like playing Fate in like Roll20 and virtual tabletops, it's not quite as good. It was before Evil Hat made the really awesome Fate character sheets for Roll20. Those character sheets are phenomenal, but Roll20 still sucks for like adding aspects to the board, managing fate points, you know, things like that. So we're going to use Fari for that. Let's see. I'm going to try and share my screen. It does not want me to share my screen because I have not activated or given permission to Discord yet to do that. That's weird. So I am going to disappear and reappear in just a moment. So sit tight. Okay. I am back. Let me turn on my camera. Why is it not? There we go. There's my camera. Let me share my screen so that I can show you what Fari looks like. Okay. There we go. I am sharing my screen. Can you see the Fari app like interface?
I get a watch stream.
If you hit watch stream, it pops up.
All right, great. Go ahead and watch stream then. I've never used show to non-video participants. That's interesting. Okay. I don't use Discord like this ever, so this is interesting. All right. So Fari itself, on the left-hand side are where everybody's character is going to be. And in the middle, there is like this game space. So like, for instance, like I can give the scene a name, space spies. There is a thumbs up and a thumbs down. All that does is just throw confetti. So If you feel like celebrating something, you're welcome to hit the thumbs up or thumbs down. It's a fun little thing. So underneath here, there is going to be the list of characters. Then there's a public space. You don't see the private space, but basically these spaces allow me to add index cards, aspects, boosts, NPCs, and bad guys, into the scene. So that's where we're going be able to see everything. There are zones where we can draw a little battle map. I can tell you that I basically never use zones. If I do, it's in the narrative, and it's usually very obvious what different zones are. So we're probably not going to use the map. And then there's a little scene notes area. So that's kind of an overview of that. Pardon me. When it comes to creating a character, let me open up a new window here for creating a character. So one thing about Fari is that all of the character sheets are managed by the individuals. Okay. It is not saved in a database. You've noticed that you're not logged in anywhere. So your character sheet is, it is stored in your web browser. So if you go from Chrome and you decide to use Firefox instead, your information will not carry from one browser to the other. You have to export it and then re-import it. When you create a character, so if I go here and hit new, it is going to want me to create a character, and there's this load template down here. The template that we're going to load is Fate Condensed. Okay. The skill list and everything is the same as Fate Core. The only difference is the stress that comes out of the box. And so when you choose Fate Condensed, what it's going to do is it's going to kind of pre-populate your aspects, stunts, stress, basically giving you a character sheet as well as the skill list that you've got here. It gives you your fate points and etc. Today, for the game that we have, we're going to use 3 aspects. So we're going to have a high concept, a trouble, and then just a third aspect that you can make it whatever you want. And we are going to have 1 stunt, and if you want to, you can spend 1 point of refresh to have a second stunt. And everything else is going to stay the same with what you're used to. When you make changes to your character, you're going to want to save them, because when you save them, that sends that information to everybody else who's looking at the same scene, like for instance over here, and everyone will see the changes that you've made. If you are super interested in this sort of thing, you can turn on advanced mode. And when you turn on advanced mode, you can actually make changes to the character sheet. So for instance, if you really wanted to, you could remove the 2 other aspects and then rename the relationship aspect just to aspect. There's a lot of things you can do with the character sheets here in Fari. I recommend if you're interested in that sort of thing, take a look, because you can add a new section. You can add a block. So text, numbers, skills, dice pools, what have you. And then whenever you're done, just toggle off advanced mode and hit save. So that's how you create a character. Right now I can see that Bob is in the Fari, and I see that the other 2 of you are not. So I'm going to need you to get into and Bob just left.
There, I'm back.
So there you go. So go ahead and click on the link, the Fari link that I posted here in our group DM video chat thing. And then you'll be able to enter in your name. I'm going to stop sharing my screen here. Let me just hit the right button. How'd the stream go? It went great. Smiley face. All right, I see Bob's there, Matt's there, and we're just waiting on Forrest.
It's loading.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't seem to have any of those buttons you were pressing.
You know what? You can, when you click on, hold on, let me share my screen again.
Sorry.
No. It's okay. Honestly, this is kind of like the dance that we end up having to do with Fari. So you're there. If you click on the little head up here, it'll say assign character sheet. So if you do that, you should be able to create a new character sheet.
Oh, there's new. Okay.
There you go. Great. Let me stop sharing my screen. Yes, it went well, but don't keep on asking me that. All right, Forrest has joined. If you hover over that little head icon to the left of your name in the left-hand side, Forrest, you'll be able to assign yourself a character sheet.
Okay. Do a new one?
Yep. You can do a new one, and Fate Condensed is what you want. So the rest of you will want to do that as well. And then once you have your character sheets in place, we know that we're playing Space Spies. You can go ahead and write your high concept and trouble aspects. If you need help or want opinions, just ask, and I'm sure that we can collectively help everybody out. Is everybody doing okay with their character sheets?
I don't know how to edit them.
If you just the line that's underneath on the character or underneath like the label, that will allow you to go ahead and edit it. Let me go ahead. I'll share my screen to show you what I mean. So let me find the window and go live. All right. So this is the character sheet. If you just enter, like click in like above the line, you can like, enter in your high concept card as a Frenchman. Your trouble aspect could be Q. Does that help?
It's not letting me place the cursor. So let me see. To advanced mode. Okay, I got it.
Okay, good. You are not the only person to have this trouble with editing the character sheet. So I saw it in the previous game that I ran today. So so it's the system, not you.
Okay.
All right. And remember, when you're done adding your high concept and trouble aspect, to save it. And then that will share it with everyone else. Oh. Bob, you want to tell us about your high concept and trouble?
Yeah. So I think my character's going to be. He's going to have been doing this a long time and looking forward to getting out of the business of making of spying and making spy gadgets. And he's had a long career with many broken promises. So he has some enemies out there. He's let some people down. He's been able to make his way and continue doing what he's doing, but he's had some close calls before.
Oh, nice. Cool. How about you, Matt? Talk us through your high concept and trouble.
Not somebody that likes to be the star or the whatever. I like to be real behind the scenes. Trouble is, whenever I run into something new, it's just really cool. I get fascinated by new facts, technologies, anything like that.
Okay, that sounds good. Pardon me. All right. Cool.
I guess we're going to be in space. maybe
Are we
I'll.
actually playing in the Star Trek franchise?
That's a good question. Do we want to?
I don't care. It's just I'd be comfortable in it, but I certainly don't care if we wanted to pick a Star Wars or a Firefly or a B5 or whatever, or just the generic is fine by me. Don't think you got to go Star Trek for my benefit.
Yeah, I was just wondering because I mean that would work okay. I'm fairly familiar with the setting, I think. I wanted to play like somebody who was like a former con artist that had been caught, and then he's spying, I guess, as a form of like it's like his rehabilitation or something like that, or maybe part of a plea bargain, something like that. You know,
Okay.
how like sometimes like a spy agency might turn somebody that was a former, like a former bad guy.
Okay. Yeah, that makes you very expendable.
Right? Yeah, it's like I'm an asset,
Okay.
and I might not be 100% like in on the program, I guess, but I might have my own skills anyway. Um, okay.
Sounds good.
Yeah, I just have to
Sounds
come up with my concept,
Yeah.
I guess.
Okay.
I just added engineer. I wasn't thinking space when I made the first one, so he's crafty with things. Perhaps he'll have a craft skill.
Sounds good. So Bob and Matt, if you guys want to, you can start. You can fill out your third aspect with whatever you'd like it to be. You are also within your right to reserve it, leave it empty, and discover it and play. That's entirely up to you.
I'm going to discover mine and play.
I kind of think so too. I don't. Nothing else has jumped out at me saying you really got to do this.
Sounds good. Then the two of you go ahead. You can start filling out your skills. It is going to be the typical starting skill list. So you get 1 + 4, 2 + 3, 3 + 2s, and 4 + 1s.
And you just put the 4, 3, 2, or 1 in the circle.
Yep. Yes. Forrest, how are your aspects coming along?
I'm still having problems with the interface, I guess. It isn't. Um, okay, open character sheet.
What would you envision lore being in this setting?
That's a good question. Lore versus academics. I would imagine that. That's a good question. Let's open. I'm going to head over to the Fate Condensed skill list and see if we can get a clue from how they have the skills listed.
Okay.
Let's find in page skills. And all right, so so academics is mundane, everyday human knowledge and education, including history, sciences, and medicine. Academic stunts usually refer to specialized areas of knowledge and medical skills. Lore is specialized arcane knowledge that falls outside of the scope of academics, including supernatural topics of one sort or another. This is where the weird stuff happens. So in this instance, I think that for the most part, it depends on like how science fantasy we want to go. If we want like lore would be like, Star Wars would be the powers of the Jedi in Star Wars, whereas the like academics would be being able to fix a TIE fighter.
I would have thought fixing a TIE fighter would be more of crafts.
You know what? Yeah, actually, that would be That's ability to make or break machinery. That would be crafts.
Right. Knowing
then-
the technical capabilities of a TIE fighter would be academics.
There you go. Better example.
What is this?
Forrest, if it would be easier, I would be happy to enter in your aspects for you. Or are you doing good?
Oh, that would work.
Okay.
I can't figure out if it's because I'm running Linux or why, but like my window keeps closing and I can't find where I'm supposed to place my cursor, I guess.
That's weird. So let me go ahead and update your
If
character
you
sheet.
want to, that'd be great.
All right.
Okay.
Good. So tell me what your high concept is.
My high concept is recently converted ex-con.
Recently converted ex-con. All right. And your trouble?
I wanted it to be something like stuck between a rock and a hard place, implying that I've got I might have conflicting interests between the people that are employing me now and people who employed me in the past, maybe.
Okay. That sounds good. Did you have a third aspect that you had thought up?
I haven't thought yet.
Okay. Well, you can either discover that and play, or you can work on that if you want. So I've updated your character sheet. Do you see the changes reflected on your character sheet?
I see that.
Great.
Uh-huh.
Go ahead and you can assign your skills. So a 4, 2 3s, 3 2s, and 4 1s. And if you want to, you can also like reserve some of your choices and discover those in play.
Okay. I'm going to see if I can bring up my character sheet because I'd like to do that one. I don't know why it's not working for me.
That's
But
bizarre.
I can tell you my skills.
Okay. Yeah, go right ahead.
I'm supposed to click on the little space, right? On the side, on the left side.
No, for the what you can do to edit the character sheet. Hold on, let me share my screen. Grab that.
Sorry.
That's okay. So you see this view right here with the different character sheets? Yes, no?
It's coming up.
Okay.
Yeah, I see it.
Okay. There's this little, like, when you hover over it, it says open character sheet. That will, if you click on it, it will pop up an overlay with your character sheet. And you can go ahead and enter your skills.
Okay. And that was down at the bottom?
I'm sorry, what was that?
Was that down at the bottom?
That's this open character sheet in the upper right hand corner of this character kind of like card almost.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I see that.
Okay.
If I were looking at something, go ahead. Something about maneuvering in 0G or whatever, I would put athletics points, but skills in athletics.
I think that sounds right. Yes.
So it makes more sense than physique to me, and so I'm like, okay.
Yeah, I think that athletics is the like moving in 0G skill. All right, I'm going to go ahead and stop sharing that screen. Matt, have you chosen your skills?
I'm fine tuning it right now.
Okay.
Again, that's why I was trying to pick where the 0G would be, and that caused me to cascade a few. So I think I've got it.
Okay.
I'm making sure I've got the 1, 2, 3, 4 pyramid right now.
Okay.
Okay, so I got my skills done.
All right.
Now
Remember
I
to
got to
hit
think
save,
about
and that'll share
I
it with
was
the
thinking
rest of
about a
us.
stunt to see if I wanted to stick a stunt. Okay, I'll hit save now.
Yep. All right. I see them. Stealth at a 4. You are sneaky.
Yes,
You meant it.
and I'm looking at a stunt doing something with working in 0G,
All right.
but I don't know how. I don't know exactly how that. What you would do, stealth in 0G or
I mean, in this instance, I think that if it was +2 to maneuver in 0G, I think that would be a fair stunt for today.
yeah, okay.
So I think that that's to maneuver in 0G. I think that that's going to be applicable enough that it will come up in the game, but not so much as to be overly powerful. That's one of the tricks sometimes with stunts is that, like, if you're in campaign or multi-session play, the scope of a stunt kind of changes, because if you have more scenes, you have more opportunity to use a stunt. And if you have fewer scenes, you have fewer opportunities to use a stunt. And so, like, when you have fewer scenes, you widen the scope of a stunt a little bit to try and make it so that you get to use it. So yeah, that sounds good to me. Go ahead and add that to your character sheet.
I thought I did, and it didn't show up, but it says it. So I guess stunts just aren't displayed on the character tab.
Yeah, they're not displayed on the character tab.
Okay.
Actually, we can change that. Let me go into, I'm going to modify your character sheet right now. I'm going to hit advanced mode. I'm going to unclick and click the little eye icon. And
there we go.
Stunts are actually listed there.
They're there.
Very nice. I see Bob has done the same. Forrest, how's entering skills working for you?
My character sheet just opened, and I have them all written out on paper anyway, so I can just enter them now, I think.
Okay, great.
Just put the number? Yeah.
Yeah, just go ahead and put the number. I'm sorry you're having such a difficult time. If this continues to persist, then, we can just, either I can enter them in for you or help out, whatever the case might be. I don't want this to be a big problem.
Do you think this has anything to do with his use of Linux?
I have no idea.
Okay. It shouldn't, because it's just a web browser. Once you get in a web browser, it shouldn't matter.
Yeah.
I asked because one of my players is likely to does use Linux, and so I was just curious.
Yeah. Well, one of the things that you can
I
do,
might not have a fast enough computer. I don't know. Sorry.
That's okay. Well, I'm happy to help you out. One of the things that I would recommend if you're going to run a regular game with this is that, because all of the different character sheets are owned by each individual player and not you, the GM, is to ask the players to export their characters at the end of a session and pass the file to you, because you can export these characters as JSON files. And so when you do that, that means that you've got a copy of it in case for whatever reason they lose their character sheet. I've encountered too many players who have lost their character sheets.
Is a JSON file human readable, or is it half?
It's generally readable. There's a bunch of nesting that goes on, but if you if you're looking to make changes inside the document itself, you can open it up in a text editor and probably find what you need to. For instance, you would see a label that says high concept, and then underneath that, the next line would say, sneaky behind the scenes operator. So,
okay.
Yeah. And I mean, technically you could like type up the JSON file that gets imported, and as long as you're following the data structure that he has. All right, Forrest, I see your skills. Deceive.
Yeah.
Very good. Very good. Empathy, notice. Cool. How's everybody's
Not letting me enter a stunt.
well, you come up with your stunt idea and I'll enter it into the sheet just to save you some pain. Is that all right?
Okay. Sure.
All right.
As far as stunts go, how do you feel about that class of stunt that's like if I were to I have materials available to do whatever I need to do when I need to do it. Have you?
Yes. No. I think that every group so far, someone has taken that stunt or some variation thereof.
I have mixed feelings about them.
Well, the thing is like, what it does when you do a stunt like that. As a GM, when you give a player a stunt like that, you have to realize that they're going to generally like have or be able to make what they need in a certain situation. And so it like not having a certain thing that player can make becomes an obstacle that it's easy for them to overcome because they have that stunt. And so as GM, you have to be either okay with that, or you have to be not okay with it and just like decline to allow them to have a stunt like that. So I err on the side of saying, especially for one shots, like, yeah, absolutely. You can have a stunt that, like, goodness, what was it? In previous ones, like you're the gadget guy. So, you could have a gadget for that. So let's see, what did I do in the previous one? It was like once per scene, you could, for that character, it was like cobble together something from parts to like make whatever you need. But you can have like a spy gadget once per scene. You can have something that you need in the scene.
All right.
So
I'm leaning towards that, or a +2 on space vehicles. And become a space mechanic.
Well,
let's just do that one. Let's complicate life a little bit and narrow it down.
That sounds good. All right, Forrest.
Yes, I have my stunt.
All right, what is it?
It's right out of the book. It's Mind Games, and it's a deceive stunt. You can use deceive in place of provoke to make mental attacks, as long as you can make up a clever lie as part of the attack.
Okay, instead of provoke, to attack with a clever lie. All right.
Thank you.
Let's save that. All right, I added that. Oh, hold on. Let me make one advanced mode change to your character sheet. And that is just so that we can see your stunts on the card. Excellent. So we have skills, stunts, and aspects for everybody's character. That's fantastic. I think that right now we're going to take about a 15-minute break to stretch our legs, get something to drink. It allows me to plot out the first part of what we're going to be doing, and then we can get to playing. How does that sound?
Works for me.
Excellent. It is 3:24 right now, Eastern time. Why don't we get back together at 20 till the hour? That will give us 16 minutes for a break.
Okay.
Sounds good.
Awesome. Hey, there we go. I'm not muted anymore. So while we're waiting, Matt, what is your favorite Star Trek series?
Deep Space Nine.
That's a very popular one. Yeah, Deep Space
My computer is My computer is freaking out on the screen right now, and I'm getting color flashes and all kinds of weird stuff.
Oh no.
I don't know why. That's weird.
Okay, that's super bizarre. Do you need to restart it or anything? Apparently so.
Okay, Discord just shut down and restarted for me.
That was so nice of it.
I do not understand.
Yeah.
Whatever.
Okay. Oh, and one thing, everybody remember to give your character a name.
I wondered about that.
Yeah, there's
I hadn't done it.
The name thing is above the big bold word that says character. So
Yeah, I saw that there.
Yeah. It looks like you should be able to enter it to the right of character, and that's not true. So there was a little confusion over that earlier today in my previous game.
I'm just gonna be mildly boring.
Hey, nothing wrong with that. Doval is new to me. It might be old hat too.
Yeah,
but it's new to me.
Yeah.
Hi, Forrest.
Hey.
So we need to name our characters, Forrest. I don't know if you heard that or not.
I didn't. I just got back.
Okay.
Okay. Just anything kind of space sounding.
Whatever you'd like it to be. You could be Dave. I mean,
Dave from space. Let me see.
I mean, I'll throw a link to my very favorite name generator here in Discord, fantasynamegenerators.com. It is my very favorite for generating random everything. So
I use it for quite a few things.
Yeah, I used it for some groups for today, and I used it for they have molecule names as one of the random name generators.
I hadn't seen that one yet.
Yeah, I was under other names, and I was just like, I'm like, okay, spy, what are we going for? We are looking for the stolen plans for molecule names. Yeah, let's do that. So that is not a spoiler because we're about to start, and we're about to find that out anyway.
I got a little question before we get started.
Certainly.
At the tail end of this, I don't know if you have time or not. Can you give us a 5-minute what you just thought about during the 15 or 20 minutes you were planning this thing out?
Well, why don't I?
At the tail end.
Yeah. Oh, well, I can talk about it in generic terms right now, or do.
Oh, that's fine.
Yeah.
No, so, that's fine. I just how you go about setting up to play a one shot like this.
I tell you what. Let me. I will write that down on one of my index cards that I have in front of me. I buy index cards in bulk, and I have not been going through them anywhere near what I used to. How do I write one-shots? Which isn't exactly your question, but I'll like be able to do that. Yeah.
This sits right by my computer.
Yeah, I currently, this is the stack that I have that's just super loose, and I have lots of them in a box somewhere. So I actually just moved like this dresser right here into my office, and most of these drawers are empty, so they will soon be filled with wires and cables and index cards. So,
Yep.
fun times. All right, so we have Will Rondeau. That's funny. Will Rondeau, Duvall, and Drexel Vor. All right. One conceit to the gaming world that I'm envisioning, and if that doesn't jive with something that you've got in mind, let me know and we can change it. But I'm thinking that the like space, like world universe that we're in, it is sort of like Firefly, where it's just humans, no aliens. The reason that I make that call is that I think that like we're going for like a spy sort of feel, and I think that it might work a little bit better if everybody was human. How's everyone feel about that?
Yeah.
I don't care. It's fine by me.
Yeah.
Okay,
I'm
great.
okay with that.
Great. So
I had debated being an alien at one point in time, but I had decided to stay human anyway.
yeah, I was waiting to see if anyone went that way, because if someone did, then that was going to be like the answer to that question. So, but no one was obviously going that direction, and so like I thought that doesn't mean that you can't come from different worlds, like, you know, born on a starship, born on a colony moon, born on Earth, you know, various things like that. That does not preclude the possibility of all of those things, but it just precludes the possibility of alien species. So, all right. One last thing before we get started. I want you to know that I play my Fate games very collaboratively. So I will from time to time be asking you for like names for things, descriptions for things, like what's challenging about this moment, things like that. So you are part and parcel of this whole experience here. So just so that you are prepared, I take the, everyone in the game is crew, not passengers. So we're all responsible for making the story work together. So let's have some fun. All right. So, sorry, hold on one moment. So sorry about that. Like I said, I'm getting over getting sick. All right. So the three of you work for a spy institution, one of the like major governments of the world, or one of the major governments in this sector of the galaxy. You work for that spy. You work for a spy network within that government. I have a possible name for the organization written down, but I want to put it out there. If you want to name the organization, I am totally going to turn it over to you. So does anyone have a good name for the spy organization that you work for?
No, let's hear yours.
Okay. The Society of the Last Owl.
Sounds good.
All right. Okay. So you are members of the Society of the Last Owl, a spy network within your major government. And you are all given briefing, or told to come to a briefing room, where you are going to be briefed on what the mission is. In this instance, let's see, I'm going to make it you know what? So Drexel Vor, the individual who's going to be giving you the briefing, is going to be the person who brought you in, who like kind of like put you between that rock and a hard place to kind of bring you in. This is not a compel, because it's not really going to complicate things. It's just storytelling. This individual, I'd like to know, can you tell me like what that person looked like who brought you in and kind of turned you to join the Society of the Last Owl?
Okay. I was thinking that we met in prison and that they looked pretty tough. And at first I thought they were just like another con, but then we broke out together. And yeah, I'd just say he looks kind of like a space marine or something.
Okay, that sounds great. I'm imagining somebody who's like, basically built like Drax or Drax from Guardians of the Galaxy.
Yeah.
Somebody who's like, got the bald head. I know Drax, the actor who plays Drax, doesn't, but like he's got like cauliflower ear from wrestling while growing up, something like that. So he is tough. I would like for one of the other two of you, for either Matt or Bob, to tell me why he works for the Society of the Last Owl. Like, why does this person's loyalty lie with the organization?
This big guy's version, not our characters.
The big guy.
The
big guy. Yeah.
Well, because a member of the organization rescued him off of his planet, out of some tough times.
Okay. Very nice. Cool. Let's see. And Matt, can you give me a name for this guy? Mr. What?
Soul. S-O-U-L. Soul.
S-O-U-L. Mr. Soul. All right. So the three of you have been called to this conference room to meet with Mr. Soul. He's generally your dispatcher. He gives you your directions and your missions. You have had an extended recovery from your previous mission, which went well, but you had earned yourself a nice break, so you're returning back to active duty. And Mr. Soul, as you come in, he basically kind of like throws down a packet of papers and says, I've got a mission for the three of you, and it's an important one. All right. So it turns out that that the Order of Invisible Chaos has managed to get their hands on the plans, the like science stuff of the of a new chemical compound that is supposed to do a great job at like healing people. The compound is called diprectinel. And this diprectinel is incredibly valuable. If it goes to the black market, that which heals can also hurt. And so as a result, the Order of Invisible Chaos can potentially sell to some of our enemies this information and give them a distinct advantage using this kind of biological warfare. So I need for the three of you to go and recover those plans quietly.
Okay. We got the quiet part, right?
So this isn't just stealing a copy of the plans. You want them out of the hands of Invisible Chaos.
Yes. The thumb drive that they, the SSD card that no, that doesn't sound quite right. The info stick that they managed to steal has the plans encrypted on it. You need to find them and get that info stick off of them before they manage to hack through it. In your mission brief, there is your contact that you'll have to go and meet to attempt to find some information. And I've also given the armory permission to like gear you up on the way out. Are there any questions?
So our contact is in the Invisible Chaos network or in our network?
The person is a free agent.
Free agent. Okay.
Yes. Yes. So that means that you're going to have to tread lightly because you may get misinformation. I'm hoping that that's not going to be the case, but we are prepared to pay your contact handsomely for the information so that we can take care of this quickly.
And I presume we have a ship someplace that we'll be able to use.
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
Drexel, I know that that you used to be a member of the Order of Invisible Chaos. You're not going to have a problem with this mission, are you?
Not unless I run into somebody I know.
You know that doesn't build confidence for you, right, Drexel?
Well, yes, sir.
So the rest of us just went on high alert.
All right. Well, anyway, Will and Duvall, I need you to keep an eye on Drexel to make sure he doesn't turn. If Drexel turns, kill him. Drexel, your contacts within the Order of Invisible Chaos are part of the reason why you were chosen for this mission, so that you can try and get us closer to what we need. I'm taking a risk on you, and I'm hoping that sticking my neck out for you is going to help you.
Well, I won't let you down. Roll deceive.
Can I talk to you?
Roll. Yeah. If you want to be convincing, you can be convincing, and he'll say, "Okay, sounds good." All right. You, as with any good spy movie, well, first of all, do you have any other questions for Mr. Soul before you leave?
I have some questions. Will has some questions.
Sure. Go ahead, Will. What questions do you have?
I'm going to enter. So you are sending me out again?
Yes. Yes, I am.
Last time. Go ahead.
No. You first.
That last mission was supposed to be my last mission. And what's going on? Why is this so important?
Will, as you know, that it is the Diaprectin hell is incredibly important to all of our efforts to try and outmaneuver the Union. And so as a result, I need you, being the patriot that you are, to serve the Federation on one last mission.
Playing the patriot card, trying to send me out on one more dangerous mission with somebody who's a potential traitor, collaborator. All right.
Listen, you knew the job when you signed up. The job is risky.
Yeah, I knew it.
We did uncover that high-level Union spy within our ranks who had been here for 4 years. So, like, the spy business is it's tough.
Yeah, all right.
Duvall, do you have any questions or concerns like these two?
No, I'm just here to do my job.
Mr. Soul looks at Will. He's just here to do his job.
Well, aren't we all?
All right, go gear up and get out of here. Your country needs you. Like any good spy movie, you get spy stuff. And so what I'm going to ask is for each of you to go ahead, and what I'm going to let you do is create an additional aspect to represent the gear that the spy network, the Society of the Last Owl, is giving you to help you with your job. So if you think of like James Bond, whenever he gets the cool, fun little watches or the car that spits oil and like all of those sorts of things, let's lean into the genre and think of an aspect or think of an item for your character that can help, and we'll just write it up as an aspect. Let me know if anyone will want some suggestions.
But a wireless data port, so I can tap into networks without having to actually make contact.
There you go. That sounds great. Go ahead and add that as an aspect to your character sheet.
What about a light bending shield that allows me to not be seen from a specific angle?
That sounds great too.
Okay. How about like a pair of sunglasses that have like a heads up display on the inside, and you can do like different kinds of like you could see like infrared signatures or like energy, any kind of energy emissions.
I think that sounds great.
Okay.
Go ahead and add that as an aspect to your character sheet. Forrest, do you want me to add that, or are you able to add that now?
I haven't been able to add it yet.
Okay. Well, then I will go ahead and add that. You wanted sunglasses, sunglasses HUD with energy reading tech. There we go.
And I'd imagine it would probably have some kind of communication link too, I'd imagine.
Well, I think that the three of you have some kind of like implant that like, you know, to be able to talk to each other. You know, fairly common like communication device for your spy network. See, you know, Bob's already got one installed.
I'm in it.
Sweet. All right. Let's see. Now, real quick, Duval, the wireless data port. What does it look like when it's not a wireless data port? The sunglasses look like sunglasses, but what does the wireless data port look like whenever it's not functioning as a wireless data port?
It's just kind of a little, maybe dime-sized port, sort of under the back of the hair.
Okay.
So it's a little port right there, and I just have to reach back and touch it to activate it.
Oh, okay. All right.
So it's mostly under the hair, so it's not sitting out in plain sight. It's kind of back, you know, where it's there, right on the edge of the hair, and the hair hangs over it.
Okay, sounds good. Will, what does the light bending shield generator look like whenever it's not being a shield generator? Like, I'm imagining spy gadgets that look like an ordinary item that transforms into something else.
Yep. It looks like a belt with a buckle in that. So when it's generating shield, I can slide it around to any part of my, and it does the 360 thing. So I can basically generate that invisibility in any particular angle, maybe in a 180 degree field, not all the way around me, just like
Okay, great.
a screen.
Sounds good to me. Looks like a belt buckle. That's amazing. All right.
I made it myself, so.
Awesome. It's a shame you weren't allowed to patent it.
Yeah.
U.S. government, or sorry, not U.S. government, the Federation government does that for you. All right. So I would like someone to tell me about the planet or the place that you have to go to meet your contact. Is it an asteroid, a moon base? Is it another ship? Is it another planet?
How about an asteroid casino?
Asteroid Casino sounds good to me. Asteroid Casino. Sounds fantastic. The casino has a name, but no one ever pays attention to it. They just call it the Asteroid Casino. The buildings that are on this casino and the asteroid itself have actually been like painted or decorated to look like they are gold. So basically it looks like, kind of like as you're approaching it on your ship, it looks like a gold nugget in space with like a little miniature like buildings on it. And then as you get there, you see that it is a giant like asteroid that's basically been like painted gold, covered with gold colored like rocks or dust or something. But basically it looks like a gold nugget in space. So you, let's see, you arrive at the casino, you park, and you know that you need to meet your contact. You are scheduled in, about an hour or so to meet your contact at one of the blackjack tables. I'd like to know a little bit about your contact. Is your contact male or female? And then like, what do they look like? If anyone has an idea.
Definitely female.
All right.
Sticking with the
go ahead.
Yeah, with the James Bondy theme, she's obviously a knockout. Red hair. Dressed to the nines.
Mm-hmm.
She's really a looker.
All right. Let's see. What kind of business is she in as a free agent? Is she a racketeer? Is she a moneylender? Is she somebody who's like married to the wrong person? Like, how is she involved in the spy life?
She's a crime boss.
Oh, I like that. A crime boss. And Bob, why don't you give me a name for her? It could be her name, or it could be just what she's known as the crime boss.
We'll go with the collective. She's just known as the Frost.
Ooh, the Frost. All right. I like that. All right. So yes, you know that you are supposed to meet the Frost, a rather well-placed crime boss on this Golden Nugget asteroid casino, and you are supposed to meet her at the blackjack table. Are you doing any special preparation before your meeting?
I read that whole file on the flight out. You know the file that they gave us?
Yes.
So I should have a pretty good handle on that.
So,
yes.
Can you brief me on the file because I was driving?
Oh yeah. Well, it says here our contact is the Frost, and we'll be meeting her at the blackjack table. It also says that she's the head of a intergalactic criminal network. Apparently, she's the boss. So very dangerous and very beautiful. I don't know, like any other details?
Let's see. Inside, you like the Order of Invisible Chaos has stolen the Diprectenhell. They managed to get into a secure facility, like quietly. So they managed to like get in without blowing up their way in. So that means they either have like really good, tech to let them like bypass security, or it was like someone on the inside that let them in to steal the plans for the Diprectenhell. So as a result, like it's a very suspicious thing. You are to, recover the info stick. And you have a secondary goal, if you're able to achieve it, of finding out how they broke in. So I'm
going to spend
Go ahead.
Spend the trip over here, sort of looking into all I can find out about this Golden Nugget Casino, the layout, technicals, anything that would help us in possibly getting in or out discreetly. Those kinds of things that might be useful in the casino or the physical layout of what's going on.
Sure. I tell you what, why don't we go ahead and do that as a create advantage? It seems like you're doing some research. It sounds like you're kind of investigating the place to try and figure that out. I can be probably talked into other skills. Appropriate. I don't think lore or academics covers that.
Burglary could conceivably be in there.
Yes, I would allow burglary.
Mm-hmm.
And it's not my primary by any means, but it's some.
Absolutely.
All right.
I'm going to set the difficulty for this at a 2 because you've got a decent amount of time to kind of relax and study. So go ahead and roll your burglary. If you click on burglary and then click roll in the lower left-hand side, it will roll it where the rest of us can see it.
Okay. Click on burglary. Click on burglary. Oh, I see it.
Yeah.
All right. Roll. Then I got to tell it what I want to roll for. Do you ask?
The difficulty is 2. And you got a 2. That is going to be a boost that you can use unless you want to spend a fate point to actually create an aspect, because that is a tie.
I don't see where I rolled. Where did it pop up the roll? I see it. I got it. Okay.
Yeah, on the left-hand side, you'll see it there.
Well, it should be a 3, shouldn't it?
Yeah.
Because I've got a skill 1.
Okay, well then that's a 3. That successfully creates the aspect. I will call it entrances and exits. Does that sound good? Because that's kind of what you wanted to know, is like the routes in and out.
Yeah. Yep, routes in and out.
Entrances and exits. Let me add a free invoke to that, and there you go. It is up on the board. So yes, you've got a good handle on the layout and the entrances and the exits. So with that, the time has come for you to meet your contact, the Frost. So who is going to meet the Frost? It can be all of you.
Wasn't it?
I'm sorry, repeat that?
I think that was supposed to be me, wasn't it?
Most likely.
I would prefer not. I'd like to stay in the background. So.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, you keep an eye out.
Now, I may well go over there and drop some cash at the same table, but I'm not trying to make contact.
Okay.
All right.
Was the objective for meeting this contact too? I mean, I'm not entirely clear why she's important to the mission.
She has information on where the info stick may have been taken. So she is your first lead. Apparently, with her network, her criminal syndicate, she's got a handle on what's going on.
Okay.
So someone has already she has reached out saying, "Hey, I've got information you might want." And
okay,
this
so
is
we anticipate she'll be cooperative.
You anticipate that she will be cooperative, yes, but I mean maybe not friendly.
She's probably being paid decently by the organization that we're part of.
Okay.
And I'll go. Will go with him, although he's not really a good spy.
I said, I'm just going to go over to the table and drop some cash at the table and have fun while they're busy meeting.
All right. So, Will, you're tagging along with Drexel?
Yeah, I'll tag along, but I'll keep some distance.
So you're trying to... Oh, go ahead.
I was going to say, let the meat go down between those two.
Okay. Are you being obvious that you're shadowing Drexel, or are you trying to be kind of quiet about it?
Yeah, I'm going to be obvious about it.
Okay.
I mean, I'm going with him, but I'm giving him space.
Okay. Sounds good.
I'm not trying to hide that. Yeah.
All right. Drexel, kick off the scene with the Frost. It's pretty obvious who the Frost is, given the differential treatment that she's getting at the table with all of the other big spenders. There's a guy with a giant cowboy hat on. There are other people who have all sorts of diamonds, and it is a high money table. And she's actually doing a little bit of gambling herself, just waiting for you to arrive.
Okay. I walk up in my tux, wearing my sunglasses, and I give the passphrase, "The last owl drops a feather at midnight."
The chilly wind uplifts the wings of the owl. I presume that you're my contact?
You presume correctly.
Well. Was my countersign sufficient for you?
It checks out.
Excellent. Excellent.
Do you have information for me?
Indeed, I do. I have some information for you. It turns out that one of my associates has learned that the the Order of Invisible Chaos has their hands where they don't belong.
And where might that be?
In the hands of the or in the cookie jar of the Society of the Last Owl. And I just want to let you know that I give a hoot what happens to you and yours. I am a patriot, after all.
Well, that's what we like to hear. Now,
Yes.
did you have something else for us? A package or anything?
Oh, yeah, I
Perhaps?
can. Absolutely, I can certainly tell you where the location is. As she begins to kind of like pass an info stick to you, there's a loud laser shot from like one of the upper balconies. And it just goes like right through her, like it's a sniper shot, and it goes right through her hand, and the info stick just kind of like goes flying out into the chaos of the casino. So there's also now like suppressing laser fire going throughout the casino. Basically trying to like take out the Frost and you, and the Frost kind of like dives underneath the table. We're going to. What's your reaction to that? All of this, Drexel.
I'm gonna dive behind the table, return fire. I've got a holdout blaster.
All right, sounds good to me. Go ahead and do a shoot roll. It's going to be opposed by the sniper. The sniper is going to get a +2 to this roll, which brings it to a 1 is the roll that I got. So Drexel, go ahead and make a shoot roll.
Yes. Did it do it?
It did not do it. If it turns out to be easier for you, you can just hit the roll button and, oh, there it goes. Oh, except that is 2 shoots altogether.
Oh, okay. How do I clear that?
That's a good question.
Do it again, or?
I think click on the dice icon to the left. It will open up an overlay and then hit reset.
Okay. That overlay won't scroll down. Wait. No. Well. Reset. Okay. And I picked the fate ones, right?
Yes. And there should be a little 1 above that, because that will represent there's only like 1 cluster. And weirdly, you got a bunch of pluses there.
How do I click shoot again?
Yeah, click shoot and then roll.
Hmm?
You're going to want to click shoot and then click roll.
Uh-huh.
All right. Let's see what happens.
Okay. It has 1. What? Why is it doing that? I got a plus 10? That doesn't work.
No. That does not. There you go. That is
I don't know what I'm...
That is a +3 result against my +1 result. So you managed to return fire. So the whoever is laying down the suppressing fire with the laser gun kind of like ducks down so that they don't get shot. So the suppressing fire from the laser gun is gone. Let's see. Also at the table was Duval.
Right. I'm going to make an athletics dive and try to grab the stick out of the air.
All right. Give it a go. I'm going to set the difficulty for this to a 4 because there are a bunch of people around. And with blaster shots going off, it is pretty chaotic. So go ahead and give an athletics roll. And you got a 4. It's an overcome, so that's success at a minor cost, unless you want to spend a fate point.
I'll take a minor cost.
Okay, great. A minor cost. Let's see what that would be. I think that that's not really a good minor cost. I'm going to say that the minor cost is that you are out in the open. You've caught this stick and you are not anywhere near cover.
Okay.
All right. Will, you're also here as all of this is going on. Duval jumps for the stick. Drexel has started blaster shooting back from underneath the table. What is your response as all of this goes down? You're muted. You're muted, Bob.
That's the danger of muting yourself.
Yeah.
So would it be possible for me to find a console and try to keep the computer console and try to keep the people from being able to leave the area they're in, the shooters?
You can find a computer console to give that a go. The downside to that is that you're also going to end up locking in all of the civilians in the casino as well. So I'm fine with that, but I'm just letting you know that that might not work so great.
All right, then I simply shout at I just return fire. I'm gonna shoot. I'm gonna shoot too.
Nice and simple.
There you go. You shoot as well. There's no need for a roll because at this point the gunman has kind of gotten down. The Frost is going to say that I knew that this was going to be dangerous, but I didn't know that this was going to happen. I wonder if my organization has been infiltrated by the Order of Invisible Chaos. I am not happy right now.
Me neither. Do you have any grenades?
What was that?
Do you have any grenades?
She is I tell you what, if you spend a fate point, she'll have a grenade in her purse. That's a fate point to declare a story detail. Are you good with that?
Okay. Yeah.
All right,
yeah.
Great. I'll go ahead and edit that for you. All right. She goes, yes, I do have a grenade. What lady would go without a grenade? And she pulls out basically a very small, marble sized grenade.
Well, thank you. I just wanted a grenade in case we needed it on the way, actually. I wasn't planning.
Yeah.
But if you,
Will would ask you, what are you planning on doing with that?
we'll see. I was thinking if you were to close all the doors, we might need to blast our way out. Oh, you're not doing it.
No, I'm just shooting.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm going to try to. I'm going to try to go into stealth mode and try to slip out as discreetly as I can. Not worrying about these other guys. I'm just trying to get the data stick out safely.
Sure. Go ahead and make a stealth roll. This is going to be opposed by the sniper trying to like keep an eye on the situation. The sniper is going to have a +4 to this because they are a sniper. They have good eyes. And my result is a 5. Your result is a 6. So yes, you are going to successfully manage to sneak out of the casino area, and along with all of the people who are rushing out towards like the main exit of the casino. Well, are you headed with the crowd towards the like main exit of the casino?
I was heading for the shortest route back to our ship.
That would probably be like towards the front of the casino because that's where it's going to be like the parking lot and all of that kind of thing is.
Yeah.
So yes, you managed to get out into like the like big, extravagant, gold plated, entryway. As you do, you see that there are, there are a couple of people kind of like working back against the crowd, headed into the casino. They have like semi-automatic lasers. No, they've got giant like blaster pistols or like blaster rifles. And they're trying to like make their way in. They're basically like shooting like everything that they can see to create more chaos. So they haven't like noticed you or anything like that, but they're making their way back towards the casino.
Okay.
So, all right. So those of you who are still in, the sniper is going to actually try and make a shot at Miss Frost. And are either of you going to, how are you going to react to the sniper trying to take a shot at her?
I would try to get her out of the way.
Okay.
I would try to make sure she's okay.
All right. If you're trying to pull her out of the way, that sounds like physique. So you'll defend against the sniper shoot with physique. Does that sound good?
Yep.
All right.
Oh, I have to unclick shoot. Okay, so you can click and then unclick a skill to turn it off.
Oh, good.
That should be a physique.
I get a +4 to this.
Hold on.
That is a 6 result.
All right.
Ouch.
And
I got a 0.
That's a 0 without any skill modifiers. Is that your physique?
Then it would be a 2.
Okay. 2 against 6. Miss Frost is going to end up getting shot. Like you try and like pull her away. She gets shot in the leg. Let me actually add her as a card. Let me add an NPC. The Frost. Shot in the leg. So basically she now like she's not gonna be able to walk on her own. She's shot in the leg. As you kind of like drag her back underneath cover. She says, thank you. Wait, Will Rando?
Yeah.
At this point, I'm going to offer you a compel on long career with many broken promises. One of those broken promises is going to be that you were briefly engaged with, you didn't know it, but briefly engaged with the one of the Frost's distant cousins. And one of your broken promises was that you didn't end up getting married to her. You guys ended things. And the Frost is not happy about you breaking her heart.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, first of all, let me ask. I'm sorry, I'm making an assumption.
Where are we?
Will Rando, if they were engaged to someone and broke it off, would it be like someone who uses he him pronouns, or she her, or they them pronouns?
For Will, it would be she her.
Okay. I made an assumption and I shouldn't do that. My apologies. All right. So yeah, like one of her cousins, we're going to say Stephanie. That sounds like a good name.
I do remember dating a Stephanie. Yeah.
You broke my cousin's heart.
Your cousin?
Yeah. My cousin Stephanie.
Oh, Stephanie.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. And so she is going to, she produces a little device that's got a button on it. And that's where we're going to cut over to Drexel or Duvall. Drexel, it's been a while since you've gone. What are you going to do? There's still the sniper who's shooting. Oh, go ahead.
Right. Is the sniper close enough to the guys with the automatic weapons that I could like throw the grenade possibly to, because like the sniper's up in a balcony or something.
Correct.
Like that.
Yeah. The sniper is up like a floor and off to the side. If you throw the grenade, you can only get one or the other.
Okay. I was thinking I would throw it to cause a distraction.
Out of the way.
So however that would, I was going to throw the grenade as a distraction so that we could escape. You know, just to make it temporarily stop shooting and right.
Okay.
I mean, you might have to help the Frost. I don't know.
So that is, you're trying to use it as a way to be able to get you and Lady Frost and Will out of this particular area, to move from the scene where you're pinned down to another spot or another zone. So
yes,
that sounds great. You can go ahead and, in this instance, throwing it, I think, is shoot. I'm going to set the difficulty for this at a 2.
Okay. Oh,
All
yeah.
right.
I'm doing.
Oh no, you just disappeared from Fari.
Oh. Yeah, I hit the wrong thing.
If you click on the Fari link in the Discord, you should be able to rejoin and then assign your character and join us back in just a moment.
Okay. I have some actual fate dice here if you want.
Yeah, go ahead and roll it. I know you had a shoot of 2.
I got a +1 on dice, so that's a +3.
All right. That is a +3 against the difficulty of 2. Hey, Matt, could you mute yourself? Your microphone is very set. No. Could you mute yourself? Your microphone picks up a lot. And as you're digging through whatever you're digging through, we're hearing those sounds. I just needed him to... Oh, there he is. Technology is amazing. While he signs back in, Forrest, good old Drexel, you managed to throw the grenade, and you like... Basically, the like casino area has mostly been cleared out, so you're not going to have to worry about hitting anyone. The grenade goes off, and you use that as excellent timing to like get out of that particular area. Will, you and between you and Drexel, you can get the Frost like out of the zone. Is that agreeable to you?
That is agreeable
Okay.
to me.
Okay, great. And Duval, just to let you know, I just need you to mute your microphone. You can still share your video if that works for you. So let's see. You've managed to escape. Are you escaping in the same direction that Duval went? So out into like the big like entrance to the casino, or are you trying to leave a different direction?
I kind of imagine the Frost would be headed towards a back place somewhere, not toward the front lobby
Yeah. Okay.
area.
Yeah, she'll definitely say like, no, we have to get to the safe room. So you head off in a different direction than Duval went. So, Duval, or we're going to head back to you. You're in the open, like entryway, like the ornate entryway. And there are these two goons who are kind of like shooting up the place.
Okay, I think, did I turn my mic volume down any? Is it a little better now?
Yeah, you can turn your mic volume up just a little bit more.
Okay.
Yeah,
I didn't know where to put it, so hang on. Just
okay, sure.
trying to pick a happy medium. How's that?
Okay, that's good. Can everyone else
Trying to
hear
get
him
it not
well?
to be, trying to get it not to be obnoxious.
It's a balancing
Okay.
act. All
Yeah.
right.
Okay. So the casino itself is pretty well emptied out by now. There are not lots of people in the casino.
I think that's very fair. Yes.
And I have no idea where these guys or the Frost has gone. But they
That is
didn't come out the
correct.
front door.
That's correct. Now, do remember that you guys can talk to each other because I mentioned that you can have like little embedded devices. So so like you can communicate that way.
Then I want to make sure they know that I've got the data stick and that I'm heading back toward the ship.
And I let him know we're being taken back to the safe room, or we're at least escorting the Frost back to the safe room.
Who's escorting whom is a good question, but that's okay.
She's dragging me back there.
So I will
All
try
right.
to get back to the ship, and if nothing else, I will stow the data stick there and go back out to help them after I've gotten it safe.
Sounds good to me. So Duval, you are, you know what? I'm going to say that you get to the ship safely. So you are in the ship and there's no like, let me see. Actually, let's create, no, you get to the ship safely. And you manage to like, you have the info stick in hand. And as you're going to put it somewhere safe, it kind of like snaps and sparks, and kind of like does a little like explosion in your hand. And we cut back to the other two and we see, the Frost pressing that little button on the stick that she has. And she goes, I don't know what's going on, but we need to find out and you need to keep me alive. I will take you to the place we need to go. I want your protection while we find out who managed to like break into my cartel, who got information. They should not have been able to get into the casino with any of the things that they have.
Yeah, I agree with you. We can protect you. Along the way back, can I be trying to create an advantage by explaining my side of the whole Stephanie story to her in a kind of misplaced comically way of doing that?
That would be an overcome roll as you're trying to
An
overcome
overcome
her not liking you. So, so yes, go ahead and make a roll. She is, being the hardened criminal that she is, it's going to be hard to change her mind. I'm going to set the difficulty for this at a 4 as you were trying to like create a rapport with her. Cause it sounds like
that's a rapport
is the
roll.
skill.
Yep.
So that is a 1 against the 4. So you can either fail or succeed at a cost, or you can choose to start spending fate points.
Let's see. I'd have to spend 2 fate points, right?
The difficulty was a 4.
Oh.
Yes, you'd have to spend 2 fate points to get there.
Okay. I mean, I can spend 2, correct? Okay. Yeah, let's
You
go ahead and
just have
spend
to
some fate
find-
points.
What aspects are you using to
yeah.
to help convince?
Well, okay. You may not know this yet.
Now remember, you've
But
got
I'm
empty
also
aspects,
pretty
so-
convincing in a pinch.
That'll work.
Excellent. That is,
But that's only 1.
Yeah.
Okay, so
Well, what you could do instead right now, because it's probably not going to work, you can actually, in this moment, create an advantage that you can use later to try and convince her. If you don't have
Okay,
space.
that's what-
So we can do that a little
Okay.
bit more over the session.
Okay.
Can he tag her wounded leg as being she's not straight and maybe get away with it better?
I don't think so.
Okay.
could I
Yeah.
could I invoke the spy tech master to promise her some sort of technology that she might benefit from?
She is not going to take a bribe. You broke her cousin's heart. Like, I don't think that that's... I don't blame you for trying. I don't say no very often, but I'm saying no. But you can try to create an advantage right now. So the difficulty is 4 on rapport to create an advantage, like, telling my side of the story or something along those lines. So go ahead and give that a roll.
3.
You got
now
3.
I can use a fate point on that.
Well, you can use a fate point on pretty convincing in a pinch to create the aspect. And then you can use that aspect at some point in the future.
Right. Got it.
All right.
Let's do that.
All right. Go ahead and spend that fate point. The
Yep.
aspect, does the aspect telling my side of the story sound like a good aspect to you? Or is there something else you'd prefer?
That sounds good.
All right. I've added it
And
with a free.
I am always okay being told no. So don't worry about it.
Oh, I don't say no very often, but yeah, that's okay. All right. So the Frost has been shot in the leg. And let's see. Entrances and exits. You guys are still kind of, I'm going to say at this point, you managed to get back together, and avoid all of the people who have come into the casino to cause problems. Mostly because we are on I want to make sure that we're pacing well. So I'm going to say at this point, you've managed to all get together aboard your ship and take off. Frost tells you that we have to head to another location. Or wait a minute, let me look at my notes and I'll tell you what Frost says.
I assume that the data stick that I have is absolutely useless now.
Yes, it is. The Frost will actually...
I was going to try to make a craft roll to see if I could pull anything at all off of it. But if you want to pace beyond it, that's cool.
Well, what has happened is that it's gone from the info stick telling you where that you need to go to the Frost telling you need to go where you need to go. The Frost is going to tell you that the very first thing that we have to do is that we have to head to the ice moon of... I need a good planet name. Someone give me a good planet name.
Zabor.
What's that? Sabor?
Zabor.
To the ice planet of Zabor. We need to go there so that she says, we need to go there so that I can get my leg taken care of. I'm not going to be very useful, having been shot in the leg and not able to walk. So I need to make sure that I can get into a Bacta tank and get taken care of.
Mm-hmm.
So, let's see. Forrest, when you get a chance, if you can rejoin Fari so that I can see your aspects, that would be helpful to me.
I don't know how to do that.
Inside of our Discord discussion in the chat of Discord, there is a link to Fari, and if you click on that, you will come back, and then I can talk you through adding your character sheet again.
Okay, I've got the browser window open and I can see my character sheet. I don't know how to rejoin the game with it, or how to
Sure.
like it
So,
was set to rejoin it or something.
yeah,
Sorry.
if you here, I'll post the link again in the Discord chat. You should be able to click on that.
Okay,
And I also posted it into the group 3 as well, in case that helps. If you click on that, you should be able to rejoin our scene. I didn't hear you. What did you say?
okay.
Oh.
I said it's coming up. I think my browser's kind of slow too.
Okay.
I just brought up the PNG. Hold on.
Well, I tell you what. Why don't I just add them as I can add them to the public area, and then we don't have to worry about this little dance. How's that sound?
Okay. Well, I'll try not to close my browser anymore too.
All
Yeah,
right.
sure.
Okay.
Okay, it's coming. I don't know. It's gonna work.
Oh.
So it says join, and then I put my name in, right?
Yep.
Did it join me already, or
not yet.
click the join button? Okay, wait.
Okay, I see Forest there. Now, if you click on your little face icon to the left of your name on the left panel, you should be able to assign Drexel Vor's character sheet.
Okay. Yeah, it says ungrouped. So which one of these do I click?
Pick one of them. I'm not sure which one is the right one.
Okay. There's one that looks like a copy, and it looks like one that's download. Oh, that just made a copy of it. And when I click import, it just it opens up a window like it's expecting me to get it off my hard drive or something like that. So
no. Okay, well, I tell you what. Why don't I just go ahead and write down what Drexel's aspects are. Drexel Vor, and then write down the aspects. And you've got them written down for you, right?
yes, I do.
Okay. Tell me. Oh,
No, he just showed up.
Just showed up. All right, great. Leave the browser window open.
Okay, yeah.
All right, awesome. Great. All right. When you arrive on the ice planet of Zabor, you kind of like go and fly over the colony that's there, and you can see that the colony, like based on the technology level of the colony, they don't have a whole lot going for them. You land at their spaceport, which is basically like a backwater spaceport. At this point, the Frost has changed into whatever clothes you have handy on the ship. So she's got like joggers on, and I imagine like a t-shirt that says like, was it Society of the Last Owl on it? You know, like an athletic shirt. And she is going to need your assistance, getting down there. Basically, you guys are going to have to help her. So you're met by some doctors, and they like take you to like a kind of like secure facility in this particular colony. And they say that, we'll take care of her. We'll have her walking again in no time. Well, actually, it'll be a couple of hours, but generally no time. So you're welcome to, to walk around town and enjoy yourselves while you wait. While you're like walking around this kind of like podunk colony on this ice planet, the colony itself is like, even though they're kind of separate buildings, they're all within like one complex. So you've got like glass so you can actually see what the sky really looks like, but it's all heated inside. So you don't need like winter gear or to like open up like, a tauntaun. So, as you're walking around, you're noticing that there are a lot of like sick and poor people here, like people who could probably like benefit from this diprectinhel, this like healing like molecule that has the plans have been discovered, and so like it's kind of tugging on your heartstrings a little bit that you're going to have to make sure that this gets found and gets back. And then several hours later, she is going to return to you. Do you want to do anything in the colony while you wait? I don't want to gloss over an opportunity, but it's also, there's not really a whole lot going on, but I want to give you a chance if you want it.
I might not in the colony, but I might tinker with the ship to create an advantage.
Sounds good.
Tune it up.
All right. What are you trying to do to the ship?
I am trying to make the engines more efficient and let's just say I'm trying to have the engines have a quicker start time, a quicker speed to get from 0 to wherever we want to be.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Getting that 0 to 60 light years speed up. Got it.
Yes. Yeah.
All right. I'm going to say that it sounds like crafts for sure. I can see it being some other things, but it's definitely crafts. I'm going to set the difficulty for this at, oh goodness. I'll set the difficulty for this at a 2. Cause
go
ahead.
Can I assist him with that? I've got crafts at 3.
Yes, you can. You can give him +1 with a teamwork bonus.
All right. So I'll do teamwork on that with you.
Okay. This would also activate my stunt, right? The +2 from the stunt.
Hold on, Yes, this absolutely would.
Okay.
All right, that is a 4 on the roll, or 4 result, then +1 for teamwork to 5, and then 2 more for the stunt to 7. On a difficulty of 2, that is going to give you 2 free invokes on that.
Nice.
So,
very good.
Let's see, 0 to 60 light years in 1 second flat. Does that sound good? Or do you want it to be something else?
Sounds good to me.
All right, great. Let me add those free invokes on there. All right, it's got 2 free invokes on it. Fantastic. All right. When the frost comes back out of being taken care of, you can see that she has on basically military grade pants. She's got a flak jacket on. She's got a couple of blasters, a knife. She looks like she is absolutely ready to kind of take on whatever's going on. And she goes, "All right, boys, are you ready?"
Let's go.
Yeah.
Ship's ready.
All right. Well, let's head on our way. So she tells you that the last that she heard, the data for the molecule was headed for. Someone tell me about the location of where it was headed for. We've used asteroid, so maybe it's a gas giant planet, maybe it's a moon, maybe something interesting about what the location is. That this is being
It's a
taken
rogue
to.
planet.
It's a rogue, planet. Ooh, I like that. A rogue planet, so it is not in any solar system.
Correct.
It is a rogue planet. Oh, and this rogue planet, let's say that it has kind of like thrusters on it. This rogue planet is under control of the Order of Invisible Chaos, and basically they like change its trajectory from time to time so that no one knows exactly where this rogue planet is heading, and so it makes it like one of the like perfect bases for the Order of Invisible Chaos. So that is great. Let's see. Tell me more about this rogue planet with thrusters. Like, what is on the planet? Does the planet have just like a little colony base on it? Does it have a lot of stuff? Like, is it like a genuine world where people live on it? Or is it just kind of like an evil villain's lair where maybe they've like sculpted part of this rogue planet to look like a giant skull?
Maybe it's a planet of many black markets.
Oh, yes. It is a planet of many black markets. That sounds good. That explains why the Frost knows all about it. Great. And Forrest, why don't you tell us what the name of this place is called?
Okay. It's called let's call it Black Moon.
Black Moon. I like that. That is nice and simple. Awesome. So you all are headed to Black Moon. At this point right now, I am going to request that we take a break, a 10-minute break, so that we, continue pacing ourselves. We've got about 2 hours left in the game. So it is 3 minutes till the hour. Why don't we meet back at 7 minutes past the hour? So you can stretch your legs, get yourself something to drink, and then we'll meet back here. Sound good?
Sounds good.
All right. 7
Thanks.
minutes past the hour. All right. Let's continue up or pick up where we left off. Sound good? Great. Okay. So you are on your way to the rogue planet known as Black Moon. Black Moon is home. Oh, Matthew, can you hear us now?
Yeah, I can hear you before.
Oh,
I just had it muted
okay.
and the headset was sitting aside.
Okay.
I was finishing up a text message real quick. We're good.
Oh, that's fine. I wanted to make sure that I hadn't started without you hearing stuff.
No,
So you are headed to the rogue planet of Black Moon, where there are basically it's a giant black market planet. Anything and everything that you want to buy is available here for a price. So let's see. So that one thing that you know about Black Moon is that because it is a rogue planet, it does not have its own gravity. So basically, the Frost will tell you that on Black Moon, most places don't have gravity. Artificial gravity is very prohibitively expensive. So as a result, most of the places are not going to have gravity on this rogue planet because it's not spinning enough to generate its own gravity. That's why it doesn't have an atmosphere. It has to it has all of the a bunch of domes, so to speak, to make sure that it works. So, the first thing that you're going to have to do is you're going to have to land on the rogue planet. You need some kind of cover story to get in.
I presume the Frost can cover for herself just fine. She's got enough contact; she can cover for herself.
Well, she says that I can get our ship docked somewhere, absolutely. But she kind of leans back in her seat and she's like, but at what cost? I've given you the information to get you here. I'm happy that I've fulfilled my part of the bargain with everything that's happened here. So if you'd like, you can absolutely agree to some more cash, some more credits. There we go.
Hey, I have an idea. Can we pretend like we have a shipment of that stuff that we were going after, and that we're going to auction it off to somebody, and that's the reason why we're going to Black Moon? As a means to possibly draw attention of the people that we're looking.
That sounds interesting. You could absolutely,
Could work.
You could do that. I'm sorry, what was that, Forrest?
I said I'm just spitballing here.
Yeah, maybe not a full shipment, but a good-sized sample that we're auctioning off for people to see what kind of thing it is.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that would work. I just think it would be a good kind of a dual purpose lie, because we can tell them that that's the reason why we're coming, and also it might attract the attention of the right.
Yeah.
So,
Sounds good to me.
I'm on board with that.
All right. Well,
but I don't have any contacts there. I don't have any contacts on Black Moon, so you guys are going to have to help me out.
Well, but you are very deceptive, or Drexel's very deceptive, right?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
So Duval's got deceive at 2.
And Will has deceive at 0. Mediocre.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I mean, there's a couple of different ways that you can get down to the planet, just to throw out some ideas. What your idea is, the idea that you have is perfectly valid. And we can do that. So you can try to deceive your way onto the planet. You could use contacts, like, a guy or a girl, to get onto the planet. You could attempt to stealth your way onto the planet. You could attempt to, goodness, what was the other one? There was one more that was on my brain. Resources. You could bribe your way onto the planet, but all of you have resources of 0. So obviously that one's not going to work. But those are some potential ways that you could get down onto the planet. If you want to go with your plan, that's great. We can, Drexel, you can roll a deceive if you want to do that.
Okay. Is everybody in agreement?
I mean, do you want me to try to get down there by stealth while you try to deceive your way in?
You're all on the same ship.
Yeah.
Right, but as we get close, I mean, we're looking at a 0G kind of a thingy with a back blaster pack, whatever. I might be able to as we start getting ready to dock. I guess you'd get in first on the lie of the deceive, and then I could separate. Okay, roll deceive.
Okay.
Makes sense.
All right. The dispatcher is like, what brings you to Black Moon?
What was the name of that material again? I'm sorry.
That's okay. It was very complicated. Diprectinel.
Diprectinol?
Yeah. Diprectinel. Diprectenhel. I just typed it into the chat in case anyone wants to see this obnoxious word.
I almost had it.
We heard that there's someone on this planet that needed some diprectinol.
Oh, that is.
We're interested in supplying.
Oh, you've got supplies of diprectinel?
For the right buyer.
Oh, well, it sounds like you are going to want to visit. It sounds like you want to visit the oh goodness, the auctioneer's colony. Or yeah. So the dispatcher, go ahead and roll a deceive. Let's find out how well this goes. You can roll your dice if you want to. If that's going to be a lot
I'll
easier.
see if the thing works.
I'm going to set the difficulty for this at a 3.
Has it rolled?
Oh, it rolled. You got a total of +1.
Oh,
3 minuses on the dice.
I really think a recently converted ex-con would know more about how to deceive than that.
I think I want to invoke my high concept. Go
right,
for a re.
Yeah, definitely do that.
Okay.
I'll deduct the fate point for you. So that's a -1 on the dice with your deceive of +4. That is a 3. I set the difficulty for this at a 3. So that is going to be overcome at a small cost, which kind of is what you were looking for, is that, like, you mentioned the magic word diprectenhal, and someone is going to take notice of that while you were on the planet. So really your plan worked.
Yeah.
All right. You begin to head towards the spaceport. Duval, I believe that you wanted to, like, not be on the registry for having landed on the planet, although who knows if they even keep a registry. And you wanted to do go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to sort of dissociate myself from the group in case it became nice to have someone that was blending in the background, maybe acting like I'm kind of a normal person on the planet, being sneaky and moving around. So to try to slip out of the ship, maybe before it's docked, maybe after it's docked, but still to be there in the background.
Well, I think it was nice and dramatic of, like, jumping out of the ship and, like, thrustering down to the planet as it's kind of like landing. So I think that's a pretty cool scene. It sounds like athletics to me. Or I'm sorry, no, it sounds like stealth because you are trying to not be seen. So stealth, I'm going to set the difficulty for this at a 3. So go ahead and roll your stealth.
Okay, I have a +2 to maneuver in 0G. Would that apply to this?
That would definitely work here.
Okay.
Because you're maneuvering in 0G. So
that's a 6.
No,
a 4.
that is,
sorry, a 4.
Yeah.
4.
No, that's a 2 result. You got -2 on the dice, and then +4. Right. That brings it to a +2, and then +2 for your stunt brings it to a 4. And you were right, and I was wrong. So great. You get a 4 result. You manage to successfully get down to the planet undetected.
Okay.
Excellent. So when you land, the frost tells you, all right. The frost says it is quite likely that that the person's the best place to get rid of what they're selling, the diprectinol plans, the diprectinol plans would be a place called the Jewel. And she kind of like points off, and you see the tallest building in this particular area, and it is like a gorgeously ornate building. It is literally the jewel of this particular like colony spot on Black Moon. So you're going to need to go there to find out what's going on. How are you approaching this situation?
I'm just going to be shadowing them in the background. So however they're approaching you, I'm going to just kind of be a shadow behind them.
Okay. I'm probably going to be ready. I'm thinking about going in through the door with some kind of first story.
Yeah, I think the deceiver takes point, and I support as needed.
You're the bodyguard to the deceiver.
God help us all. Yeah.
Well, now, being the spy tech master and engineer, like, are you going to try and so the jewel is, the Frost will tell you that the jewel is a hotel, and that it frequently has like high-end auctions for, stolen goods. Most likely one of the upper floors is going to be where the auction is taken from. We can play this sort of like a spy movie where we have our face man, Drexel, kind of like going into the auction underneath the cover that he creates to get into the auction. And then you will, can be like in a hotel room, like running spy gear on the scene. And then Duval, you can fit in like however you want to fit into this. It could get set up that way. I'm not trying to force you that direction, but I'm giving you some suggestions because Will, being the like guy in a chair, I'm trying to let you know you can be guy in a chair and we can still have fun with this.
Okay. Yeah, let's do that.
If that's what you want.
Yeah, I mean, it was my first thing. It keeps popping up in my mind that we were told not to let him out of, to keep an eye on him. That's keeping an eye on him.
To make sure he doesn't betray,
Right.
Yeah.
Know. No, that is totally what Will would do. Will would secure a room, infiltrate the computers, try to figure out what was what and who was where, and begin to try to surveil things.
All right, well, let's do a challenge montage of like setting this up.
Okay.
So that means that each of you are going to like contribute to the narrative of how you're setting up this particular situation so that you have a chance of success. So who would like to go first as you're doing this kind of setup montage, like Mission Impossible style?
So I've got the data port I can tap in and try to see things, whatever craft roll to see what's going on, to see if we can figure out where things are, or we can maybe let Will do that, and then I can see if I can find a way in or out of the area. I presume the Frost is staying on the ship.
Oh no, the Frost is coming with you.
Oh, cool. Okay.
No. The Frost is in this.
She had said she was kind of done with things. It sounded like to me, and so I was like,
"Oh,
okay.
Yeah." Well, she basically was trying to extort you for more money.
Okay.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
So yeah, no, she's like, I am happy to come along and play this game. I'd like to learn a little bit more about who managed to infiltrate my my organization. So this is important to me. So I'm going in with Drexel.
Okay. I was thinking that I might develop a disguise for myself as a spacer or some kind of a space pirate, somebody who's kind of on the fringe. That way, hopefully we've got like some spacesuits that have some magnetic boots or something, so that I'm not like moonwalking the whole way there.
Well, the jewel has artificial gravity.
Okay.
At least the like the main like any of the like ballrooms where an auction would happen like this, it would have artificial gravity. The hotel rooms and hallways do not have artificial gravity. So you do have the appropriate like mag boots to like walk through the area. Like it's a very common thing in a lot of like, you know, moons that maybe don't have a whole lot of gravity. You're able to do this. So it's not an uncommon thing.
They're carpeted in Velcro.
Basically. So you want to be a space pirate. So are we talking like Johnny Depp space pirate, or are we talking like Somalian space pirate? Or are we talking like a regal space pirate?
Probably more like the Expanse, just kind of like, you know, kind of looks like a worker in space. I might have like a cutlass or something, maybe, depending on what we have in our prop room. I don't know.
Sure. So that is going to. I imagine that you've got a prop room. You still have your ship, so you know, you have various cover stories that you need to do. It sounds like you're going to make an overcome roll with deceive because you're trying to create this kind of false identity.
So is it worth trying to get me to data port tap in and try to create an advantage to let you tag to create your identity?
It might be nice to have like a paper trail or something like.
Right. So I can go in and try to use deceive on and tap into their network and try to plant existence of this person he's trying to be.
Sure.
To create an advantage.
Yeah, let's do that. I'm going to set the difficulty for that at a 3.
Okay.
So go ahead and give a deceive roll.
Okay, here's deceive.
All right, you got a 0. So you can spend a fate point to re-roll and cross your fingers. You could pay a fate point, or the difficulty was 3, so you could pay 2 fate points to succeed at the create advantage, or you could choose to fail.
I'd spend 1. I don't know if it's worth spending 2, and I don't want to spend 1 for a reroll.
Now, this is one of those areas where like rerolls kind of risky.
I know, that's my problem.
So, okay. Yeah, 3 minuses and 4 minuses are for sure time to reroll.
2 minuses, because I need to get +1. So yeah. I'm on a brand new roll, I'm on 50-50.
All right. Well, then what aspect are you using to justify doing this?
I would use my wireless data port.
All right.
That I was able to tap in. So I'll go ahead and do a reroll and hope for the best.
All right. Give it a go.
So go to deceive and roll.
That is much better. That is a 4 against a difficulty of 3. So you succeed.
Okay.
So you create the aspect paper trail with a free invoke on it.
Right.
All
so
right.
Now you can invoke that if you need to.
Okay.
All right.
What's the name of the aspect?
Paper trail is the name of the aspect.
Oh, nice.
And we know that that's the paper trail for your identity, your pirate identity. So
you don't necessarily have to use it on this roll.
This is true.
Right? He can roll the roll and see if he succeeds, and if he fails, he can tag this aspect.
Yep. Drexel, you're creating a false identity. I'm going to set the difficulty for this at a 4. You're trying to make a real person show up that's trustworthy enough to come to a very high-end auction. That is a -1. And then with your deceive, that turns it into a 3 against that 4 difficulty.
So the free invoke would succeed.
Would you like to use the free invoke?
Okay. Yeah.
All right.
So that makes it what, 6?
That makes it 6, which is a success. So you have successfully, you're part of the challenge. You've managed to create this false identity. What is your pirate name?
John Sweeney.
John Sweeney. All right. Good call. All right. The remaining two of you still need to say what you're doing in this like challenge montage to handle things. We've got a false identity for Drexel. Will, I know you mentioned wanting to like, you know, set up what's going on, like computer wise, like get your eyes in the room. Duvall, you said maybe that you would use your like wireless data port to find out what ballroom it's going to be in. Those both sound good, unless you'd like to do something else.
That's what I want to do. Can you still hear me?
Yes, I can. Yeah.
Okay, good. Sorry.
Okay.
I adjusted things. I was just making sure. Yeah, I want to get set up in my room and see if I can get tapped in.
Okay. Well, why don't we do Duvall's finding out which room, like which ballroom this is going to happen in. And then because it sounds like yours would naturally flow from what Duvall finds out. So Duvall, tell me how you're going to find out what ballroom this auction is going to take place in.
I would say I will be using burglary basically to case the joint, as it were, to try to figure out where they're likely to be setting up for a high-end auction this afternoon, tonight, whatever. I don't see any of my others that are reasonably decent at that. Could be academics, but
I think being a sneaky behind the scenes operator, like doing reconnaissance like this, fits naturally with you. I'm going to put the burglary, and I'm going to say the difficulty is a 2, because setting up a super fancy auction for like a high-end thing, it's going to be fairly noticeable. It's probably going to be catered. I mean, how do you hide at like a catered event?
Exactly. So I don't think it should be that big a deal.
No,
so I
that's
roll
why
burglary
for 2, and you get a negative.
And of course,
1.
I get nowhere close.
Oh my goodness. This is an overcome roll, so you can choose to succeed at a cost if you'd like to.
Sure, costs are interesting. I'll succeed at a cost.
Okay. So you managed to tell Will Rando what ballroom it's happening in. And all we see on the camera is like a blaster pistol to the back of your head. And someone says, "Come with me, Mr. Duvall." And basically you get captured by the opposing side. So now I will say, just to assuage any concerns that might happen, being captured by the other side does not mean that you lose agency over like your character. It does frame circumstances. You'll still have agency. And like, you're not going to be taken out for like,
right.
You're not taken out. You're still going to be involved. I just want to mention that because I know that like some people who play role-playing games, the idea of being like captured or put in prison is an immediate like no. And people have very strong emotional responses to that. I want to assuage any concerns that you might have, Matt, about that.
That's one of the things I like about Fade is it's not an immediate removal from play.
Okay, great, because it just makes things more interesting, and I'm happy to hear that you're on board for that. So great, you get kidnapped by the other side, by the invisible, the Order of Invisible Chaos, and your companions do not know this. I imagine that the Order of Invisible Chaos has like a little mini jammer that prevents you from like communicating with your, your allies, but it's not uncommon for you to go quiet for a while because you're stealthy. All right,
absolutely.
Let's go to Will. Will, you now know which ballroom thanks to Duvall. Tell me what you'd like to do.
Noble sacrifice.
Well, I find the nearest place, and if it would be a room, I get a room.
Yeah.
If that would be possible. So I get a room. And I begin to hack into the security system of the hotel to build up some sort of surveillance on, to see who's here, and to build up some sort of knowledge base about what's going on at that auction.
So that's a lot for one particular
Right.
role to house. I think, what do you think about narrowing the scope down to setting up surveillance in the room? Like you'll have
Good.
eyes in the auction room.
Yep.
And so basically you'll kind of know what's going on between your, being able to talk to each other, and eyes in the room. You'll have a little bit more of a handle on what's going on in the auction room.
Sounds great.
Okay. So you're trying to do this with hacking. That sounds like, what would be our hacking skill? Academics?
I'm just thinking probably academics.
Yeah. Let's go with academics. Go ahead and hack. I'm going to set the difficulty at a 3. Hey, there you go. You got a 4. That is fantastic. You managed to successfully overcome the security system, and you get eyes in the room. In fact, the ballroom itself, it's actually kind of easy for you because they do a lot of live streaming from the ballroom. Like if a group wants to do that as part of what they've rented the ballroom for, it's not uncommon. So basically you are kind of live streaming. You've turned on their live streaming to you. So you're getting that feed. It is not going out to the social net, but it is for you. So you guys have managed to overcome all of these challenges, and the time has come for the auction to begin, or for at least the auction is going to start. Let's see. You're going by the name John Sweeney. Let's see. The Frost is going to go as the Frost. She is not going to try and have a cover story at all. She has changed into a formal looking evening wear gown. And she kind of looks at you, John Sweeney, and she's just like, you know that this is for a very expensive auction, right?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay, great. Well, then shall we? And she holds her arm out.
Good. Let's go.
All right. You enter the ballroom. There are all sorts of wait staff around carrying little plates of hors d'oeuvres and champagne. All sorts of different delicacies and foods are there. There's a lot of people kind of milling about and talking. In your career as being stuck between a rock and a hard place, you do recognize some people. Fortunately, they don't seem to be recognizing you through your space pirate kind of work attire. You see that for the most part, people are dressed in tuxes and evening gowns, but there are other people who are obviously do not care what anyone else thinks. So there are other people who there's basically kind of the equivalent of the Ravagers from Guardians of the Galaxy, except all human, just kind of off in the corner, just kind of basically running up to the bar and getting a bunch of Miller Lights and drinking those, not caring what anybody thinks. So it kind of runs the gamut, but generally it has the feel of a very formal event. So you mill about for a little bit. Will, you've got cameras on the room. You can see what's going on in the room. And Duvall, are you trying to blend in as maybe one of the wait staff, or are you doing something else in this particular moment? Oh, wait a minute. No, I'm sorry. No, you're captured. I'm so sorry.
I'm sitting in a holding cell somewhere.
Yes. You will be involved in the scene shortly. Do not worry. I'm sorry?
Say, is there any chance to use the wireless port to tap in and release myself from this security cell?
Yeah, that sounds like a good idea. Why don't you go ahead and give me an overcome roll with academics? I'm going to set the difficulty for that at a 3.
No.
That is a 0. It is success at a cost, as an option since it's an overcome roll. But either that or you can start spending fate points or just fail.
I need it. You said set the difficulty at 3?
I did, yes.
I don't suppose I can use crafts instead of academics in an attempt to work around the system, since crafts are like a reverse engineering thing.
Yeah. Yeah, I think if you're going to take a fail on this roll, I think you're just going to continue to be locked up somewhere.
Well, let me succeed with a cost then. I've already gotten one cost. Let me get another cost.
Sure. I mean, let's go from problem to problem, shall we? In order for you to hack the system, the blowback from hacking the system is going to fry your wireless data port.
Okay.
So you'll need an opportunity to repair it before it can be used again.
Okay. I can deal with that one.
All right, great. You managed to bust out. We will return back to where you are shortly.
Yeah.
Drexel, what would you like to do before the auction starts?
I was planning on being fairly conspicuous so that I can try to get a read on the room of the people that look at, that are like paying attention to see if I can figure out which ones are hostile and which.
You definitely get a read for the room, and you know that if you were revealed to be an agent of the Society of the Last Owl, that they would probably all just immediately kill you. So that's not good. I tell you what, make a notice roll for me.
Notice would work too.
Yeah, make a notice roll. We set the difficulty for this at a 2. You got a 4. Excellent. So someone from your life as being a member of the Order of Invisible Chaos is actually going to be there. So Matt and Bob, tell me about this person who Drexel knows. Is it a man or a woman? Do they use they, them pronouns? Are they tall, short, fat, skinny? Tell me what they're like.
I'm gonna say it's a person from a heavy sort of short and stocky.
Okay.
And
an older guy.
All right.
An older person. I'm gonna say that they use gender neutral pronouns.
All right.
As is the custom of their planet.
Excellent. An older guy who's short and stocky from the planet. Their planet generally uses they, them pronouns. Let's see. Bob, why don't you tell me what they do for the Order of the Invisible Chaos?
This person reaches out to new venues for opportunities for the group. So they're kind of a scout type person, finding new places where they can infiltrate and cause mayhem and charge money to and things like that.
Okay, I like that. So it's basically like somebody who looks to broaden the scope of the business.
Yep.
I like that, and that gives them a good reason to be there. So let's see. I'm going to look for a name, and let's see here. I will pick a Croatian name. Bozidar is their name. Bozidar. All right. So yes, Drexel, you recognize Bozidar. They are they are here. It's not surprised to see Bozidar here and all of his short and stocky and strong stature. His neck is basically as thick as his head. And he, it's not surprising seeing him here or them here because they are going to, they're responsible for scouting out new places and new opportunities. And this molecule that's been found is definitely a new opportunity for the Order of Invisible Chaos. You were on good terms with him before you switched sides.
Mm-hmm. Okay, I'm gonna let Will know that I.
All right.
And also, I'm gonna look around the room and see if I can see Doval. And if I can't, I'm gonna wonder where he is.
All right, you wonder where he is.
Okay. Yeah, if we don't have a beat on him, you want to try to find him. I recognize somebody here in the crowd. I used to work with him.
Do they know that you no longer work with them?
Yes.
That is.
They know for sure it was a public breakup.
Yes, Drexel has been working for the Last Owls for a while, at least long enough for rumors to have gotten around.
They know that I went to jail and eventually broke out, probably. Saying. Okay, I'm gonna. Does the Frost know him?
The Frost would say, yes, I've made their acquaintance on several times.
Right. I'm gonna approach him and ask him what he's doing here. Or they.
Is the intention that you are going to still be like a space pirate, or are you going to reveal yourself as being Drexel to them?
Yeah, I'm gonna just subtly lift my eye patch and let him know how he reacts.
Oh, that's who you are. I thought that you looked familiar. The affectation of the swagger that you have certainly elicits the interesting choices of a space pirate. The subtle limp is a nice touch. You know that you did betray the Order of Invisible Chaos. You do know that, don't you?
Yeah, I was very aware of that. I'm thinking it's possible that I might be able to make it up to you.
That's very interesting. Do you have something that I'm all ears? We're in a place where your safety is assured until we leave the room.
Mm-hmm. Well, then I'd better make sure that you don't leave the room. I don't know if you've checked the auction list yet. To see what we brought.
Are you out of character? Are you referring to the samples that you said that you had of the chemical compound?
Yeah.
We don't really have those samples, right?
No, you really don't.
All a hoax.
We have a sample of table salt that we're trying to pass off as it.
I mean, I figured we'd just put it all in a crate and we'd have to get out of here before.
Well, this is a high-end auction, so they're going to kind of try to validate the stuff that's being sold. But it also is a black market auction, so they're not going to provide certificates of authenticity because that would be worthless. But it will have to pass the mustard as potentially being that chemical. So let's do a flashback scene to when the ship lands and we have Will and Drexel, the staff that kind of comes up says you said that you had Dieprechten Hall for some samples that were available for auction. We'd like to validate that, and we can take it to the auction house. We are, I am securely bonded insofar as what we can be here on Black Moon. And so can we see the goods?
Well, we still have a few hours till the auction is scheduled, and I'm comfortable keeping it with us until a little closer to the time.
I understand your concerns. A lot of people do have those concerns. If you'd like, you can send security guards with your materials, but we do have to validate the materials early if you'd like to get on the list.
Oh, very good. You can put us on the list, and I will bring the package shortly.
All right. Well, they're gonna wait for it. They need to take it into their possession for the auction.
Okay.
Why?
So, yeah. Excuse me.
We can sell this on the black market. We don't have to sell this at the auction. Right? Right, Drexel?
But
Right.
The
it's going to
attendant says
depend
that
on his cover story.
Yeah, so maybe this fancy auction and the cut that they're going to take isn't really the way we want to go. Maybe we'll find our own buyer. We'll secure our own buyer.
Yeah, how about that?
if that is the way that you'd like to go, then that is fine by me. But if you'd like to be part of the auction, we do have to verify what's there, because we may be a black market, but we have every intention of being as reputable as possible. Basically, at this point, you can choose to not have it in the auction and be fine. Or if you want it in the auction, you have to somehow rig it to kind of convince them. Like, you can show them a scanner readout of some sort of the contents. Like, you can somehow spoof that you have the material, but you just have to give me the narrative fiction of how you're doing that.
Right. So, out of character, can we get into the auction without the stuff as people as buyers, or do we need the stuff to get into the auction?
Because that's exactly what Drexel did. Drexel is pretending to be a space pirate who got their way into the auction. You can't just walk into the auction. That's why Drexel did the whole I'm a space pirate, I've got a bunch of money, and swagger, and also the fact that the Frost is with him gives legitimizes that even more. So yeah, you don't need it to get into the auction. But if you want to reference it and say like Drexel was, then you have to play out this scene and convince them to take it to the auction.
So I use my communicator. We're talking right in front of them. Is this what we're gonna do?
You still have to talk out loud to use the communicators. Okay.
Yeah. So because we're in deep on this, I go back and I tell them I can get you scans. I will go back and do the scans, and we can deliver it later. And would that be acceptable?
Well, you can give us the goods and show us the scans, and then that'll be sufficient.
Yeah. Give them the goods and the scans.
Yeah, well, they have to take possession of it for the auction. Right. They're not going to check it after. The scans are going to make them happy that it is what it is, and then they're going to take possession of it and take it to the auctioneer's place. And unless something comes up, they're probably not going to open it until after the auction. Yeah.
Okay, so I tell them I will get it for them, and then I go back and I grab one of our crates that has some stuff in it that would be of the appropriate weight.
Okay.
I create some scans on the computer and some credentials, and bring it back out to them. What do I need to roll? 1,000 rolls.
1,000 rolls. No, we're just going to do one roll. You're trying to kind of fake this. I'm going to say,
That's kind of deceived again.
What's that? It could be deceived, but in this instance, I'm going to say that you could use crafts to like manufacture what you need to convince them. So I'm going to set the difficulty.
That's what I was thinking.
At a 3.
Okay.
So go ahead and give it a roll. And that is a 4. They're satisfied. They take the package that you have for them. They, sign and count. You both like sign and countersign using, you just sign and countersign, and then they take it for the auction. And you're given like, you're emailed a receipt for that. And, it tells you like what your share will be of the auction, processing fees, holding fees, auctioneer's fees, house fees, and etc.
All those fees I was trying to avoid.
Yeah, well.
So I let Drexel and Duval is still with us at this point, right?
Yeah, Duval had already like jumped ship, but you can still communicate with them at that point.
Okay, so I let them know that we may need to get out of there very quickly, because we just put up for auction a bunch of nonsense.
It's a package of table salt.
It's a package of table
salt and ketchup packets.
Exactly.
All right.
So yeah.
All right. So let's go back to the auction where Drexel, you say that you've got the chemicals for sale, and this gentleman, where did I write down his name? Bozidar. Bozidar, they are, that is interesting. I did not think that you could get your hands on that. It seems that the Society of the Lost Owl has stopped giving a hoot, and it seems to be pretty porous. If both the plans for how to make this chemical compound and samples have come out. Are you the one putting the plans up for sale as well?
No, that would be, I'm not sure who's putting the plans up. Actually, what plans?
Well, it's listed on the auction, like items up for the auction. So it is like, I mean, there's a bunch of like very high end stolen goods going down the list.
It doesn't list who's responsible for each one of the goods. Just
it does. It does not. No.
Okay.
No. This is a black market. No one wants credit.
Yeah.
They just want credits. So there we go. And interestingly enough, on the list, because it's probably going to bring the most money, the next to last thing is the samples of this chemical compound. And the number one thing, the very last thing that's going to be auctioned off, are the plans for how to synthesize this chemical compound that will help people. So that is how the auction is going to go. Let's see. All right. Let me see. All right. The auction is going to begin. Basically they're going to start bidding on a variety of things. Duval, let's go back to you. It's been a while since we paid attention to you. Thank you for your patience.
Mm-hmm.
So Duval, you find yourself in basically kind of like you manage to free yourself from the kind of like restraints that they had on you. Excuse me, the space handcuffs. You manage to like hack them. And there is like one guard in the room with you. That guard has noticed that you kind of like with the crackle of your wireless data port, the guard is going to like turn around and attempt to shoot you. How are you going to take the guard out?
I suppose if this is not a zero G environment, this is a full grav environment. I'm assuming.
Actually, you are in one of the hotel rooms, so this is a 0G environment.
Okay, well then I'm going to use athletics and basically do a full body tackle block on him. Just kick off the wall, fly across the room, and try to pummel him.
All right,
Awesome.
great. It sounds like a fight. I can also see athletics or physique. Which one do you think works for you, Duval?
Well, athletics is by far the better. So really what I'm trying to do is create an advantage or whatever by taking the weapon away and neutralizing him, not really trying to attack him per se.
Well, we're just this particular scene. You're just going to take him out as a result of this roll.
Right.
We're not going to do like a little fight where you're trying to like do stress with him, because like you're going to basically knock him out and then you're going to be free and back in the thick of things.
Okay, well, I would my athletics roll and literally kick across the room and try to body check him.
All right, give it a go. I'm going to set the difficulty for this at a 2. That is a 5.
Oh, I think so.
Yes. So yeah, you definitely managed to knock him out and take care of business. As you knock him out. That is success with style. Because I set the difficulty at 2, you're 3 or higher, so that is success with style. You knock this guard out very easily, and you hear on the on this guy's phone, you hear a what is it? A familiar voice say, "Don't let them get out alive." And you recognize the voice. I'm actually going to, I very rarely do this. I am generally one who plays open in a lot of things, and I don't usually hide information, but because I want to give Matt the reveal, I'm going to private message you, Matt.
Okay.
The name that you see, and sorry for those on the video who are seeing like no video right now. But I'm looking for the name that I have written down. It is a name that you recognize. I have too many notes in front of me. There we go. All right. I have just sent it to you, and I'm switching back to our group DM so that the video
Got it.
shows. Okay. You are welcome to reveal that whenever you feel dramatically appropriate.
Okay.
So that is in your control.
Not my data port, but my comm link to them. Is that now active?
No, it is not. You have to go and directly find them. So,
so I can't reveal it to them until I find them.
Correct. Yeah. Let's add a little drama to that. Is that okay? Does that sound good?
Absolutely.
All right, great. All right, cool. So
I'm going to grab it before I sneak off down the corridor.
What did you say you grabbed?
His weapon? You said he was about to shoot me, therefore he
Yes.
has some type of a gun.
Oh yeah, you
And
grab
I
his
presume
blaster
that he
pistol.
my gun.
Yep, you grab his blaster pistol, and it is of a variety that like it has like security, so only the owner can fire it. But you are a member of the Society of the Last Owl, so you have permissions to bypass those security features of this particular like brand of firearm, and you do so. You find that they're buying like guns off the rack, like. Rookie mistake.
The password is 1234, right?
Yeah, it's the same as my luggage.
Amazing.
All right. So yeah, Duval, you kind of, you sneak your way out of the hotel room you're in. You kind of like float down the hallway, and you know where the auction is happening. You know which ballroom it is. Are you making your way there? Or what would you like to do?
Not through the main corridors, but through the back corridors, the servants' passage, the staff.
Yeah, wait staff.
Staff things, trying to get to the kitchen entrance to the ballroom or whatever. So it's
Sounds good to me.
not a wide open entrance, but a backdoor entrance.
All right, sounds good. You're making your way there. We switch back to the let's see, the auctioneers, or to the ballroom where the auction is happening, and the your items are up for bid. Yay! All right.
Quick question before we get into
Oh, yes.
Do I know what room Will is in? Did he
You do
announce
not,
that?
because he got the room after you told him what ballroom it was.
Okay.
So, if you want to, you can try to investigate and figure out where that might be. But okay.
No, that's fine. I just wondered if I knew or not.
Okay. So the samples are up for bid and up for auction. So, the bidding, 1 million, 1.1 million, 1.2 million, the auction is going off. Anything you want to do while the auction is going off? Do you want to try and buy your own product or what have you?
Are there waiters, bellhops, et cetera, going in with carrying trays of drinks and all that good stuff?
Yep. They're replenishing the hors d'oeuvre tables while the auction is going on, because the auction is almost over. So anyone after the auction who wants coffee or dessert, so they're taking the hors d'oeuvres off and I guess putting the dessert plates out for after the auction. So yes, that is the situation.
If I can find a worker's outfit that fits me, I would like to carry drinks in or out or whatever, incognito.
Sounds good to me. So let's go ahead and that is, I'm going to imagine that you can find a room that has backup clothing for the wait staff, the uniforms. Actually, you find a laundry room that has the uniforms. Go ahead and make this sounds like deceive to me, because you're trying to kind of put on a disguise.
Agreed.
All right. Go ahead. I'm going to set the difficulty for this at a 2. And that is a 3. So you have created the advantage of I'm a waiter. Or what would you like it to be called?
No, that's good. I'm a waiter's good.
Okay, great. Let me go ahead and add that free invoke on it. That free invoke is added. I'm going to delete paper trail because I don't think it's really applicable. I think it's kind of gone away and served its usefulness. Is there any disagreement about that?
No, I think so.
No.
Okay. All right, great. So at this point, you now have access to the room, Duval. The auction is going off. Is Drexel doing anything before your samples sell?
So
you don't have
plans,
to, but I'm just giving you a chance.
Yeah, I do need to do something. So the plans, in theory, are in some kind of a thing, right?
Well, the plans are up for auction next. Right now, the samples are up for auction.
Okay, so are they
the fake samples?
Right. We should have put a bomb in there. Oh well.
Yeah, well.
Well, we want to see what goes down with the formula, right?
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
So
you need to recover that information stick is what you need to do.
So.
Okay. Well, I'm thinking that whoever, I don't know. Are they going to open the box right here?
You don't know. In fact, right now the highest bidder is Bozidar, your former associate.
Are they delivering the items as soon as the bid is completed, or are they waiting and delivering all the items at the end? We would have seen whether people
at the
had
end.
gotten their...
They're going to do it. They're going to do it at the end. So
okay.
I also imagine are there online bidders that aren't in the room, or does everybody have to be there?
Everybody has to be there. This is kind of black market. They don't want to have a signal that's really traceable back to Black Moon. So
I'm going to make sure that I go by and serve some whatever it is to Drexel. I'm carrying stuff in, carrying drinks around, whatever. Mm-hmm. If I see Drexel, I'm going to make sure that he sees me.
Sounds good. Drexel, you see a waiter basically kind of trying to get your attention, and you recognize them as Duval. All right. Without further ado, Bozidar is... Oh. Bozidar...
I'm not saying anything to him. I'm just handing him a drink and going about my business unless he stops me or says something.
Yep. So, like...
Okay.
All right. Great. And also, I'm presuming that that Will also recognize you in the room. So, because Will is like paying a lot of attention to the people who are coming and going, and so like, okay, great.
I would hope so, but I'm not going to stop and smile for the camera.
Sounds good. So you are doing that. It is now time for the final item to go up for auction. And this beauty, which kind of like gets brought out on a plush velvet pillow, like held up and on a little thing so that like it can be seen. This is an information stick. On the information stick are the plans for how to make the item that just went to the samples that just went to Bozidar, how to make your own Deprectinel. And so who will begin the bidding? And he starts like, there are a bunch of people who are interested in it offering money. I don't know if Drexel as the space pirate is bidding.
I might try to bluff him. Yeah, sorry, my camera's out.
That's okay. We can still hear you, and hearing is much more important than seeing.
Right. Yeah, I mean, I would try to bid on it. Even I guess I'm deceiving them again.
Yes, it sounds like you are trying to outbid the others that are there. I'm going to set this difficulty at a 7.
Is he trying to outbid them or just drive the bid up? Does he really want to be the winning bidder?
No, I don't think I want to be the winning bidder. I kind of want to just maybe generate some more interest just so that we can see who in the room is.
Our,
you know what I mean?
Right. Who's really
our mission is
serious about this?
Sorry, go ahead, Devon.
Who's really serious about this?
Yeah, that's kind of what I was looking for. I mean, otherwise, I guess we could just run up on the stage and grab it and run, right? Or that probably wouldn't be a good idea.
Well, I mean, we're playing Fate. It's supposed to be a bunch of bad ideas. But yes, you're supposed to get the information stick. So, like, however you want to go about trying that is up to the three of you.
I'm sure there are guards around the stage and at the entrance and exits. Whether they're overtly armed or discreetly armed, I'm sure there are those that are there.
I can try to cause a distraction that might draw some of the guards away. That might allow us to get the stick and get out.
Can Will do something cute like kill the lights or the gravity or something in the ballroom?
Yeah, he can certainly attempt that. That would be a great advantage, and it sounds like a great idea too.
Which is what it is what he was going to do.
All right, great. What are you doing? Killing the lights or killing the gravity or what?
I'm going to kill the gravity first, at least.
Okay. If you kill the lights, I can see in the dark with my glasses, by the way.
Oh, okay. Well, then I am going to kill the lights.
Kill both. Do the
but you're good in 0G gravity. First I'm gonna kill the lights.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. I'm going to set the difficulty for that at a 3.
Okay. And would that be
So-
crafts or academics?
I'm going to say that this is going to be crafts. Sounds. I can see crafts.
I'm not really.
I'm going to say academics because you're trying to like do programming, whereas crafts would be like actually cutting the wires, I think.
Yep.
So difficulty of 3. You have a 2.
All right. So, is this another one where I could do the spy tech master, an engineer?
You tell me, does that seem to apply to being able to like do this programming? I think it does.
I think it does. Yeah.
All right, spend a fate point that'll take you to 4. To a result of 4. So your result of 4 is successful. You manage to create an aspect on the scene, which is dark. Who says I can't come up with great aspect names?
It works.
All right. So the scene is now dark. Duval or Drexel, what are you going to do with this opportunity?
What kind of chaos is ensuing in the room? Is everybody panicking and running in circles? Or everybody just kind of stand around?
Well, here's the question. The lights go out. What is your reaction to the lights going out? Are you taking advantage of this opportunity? Or are you going to try and see what's going on before what happens? So the first one of the two of you to take action, I want it to be kind of like in response to what happens whenever it goes dark.
I mean, since I can see in the dark, I'm probably going to make a lunge for the info stick.
I mean, that seems to make sense.
Right.
All right. So Drexel, that sounds like an athletics to me. As you are the lights are out, and you basically kind of like run up from your seat to go for the stick. I'm going to say that the difficulty here is I'm going to set it at a 4, because as you're responding to the lights going out, they're responding to the lights going out as well, trying to get this incredibly valuable item like off the stage. So go ahead and make an athletics roll.
Okay.
There's a result of a 1. And actually, I'm going to lower the difficulty to a 3, not because I want you to do it, but because I thought, like, you can see in the dark. They cannot see in the dark. So that gives you an advantage. So, so that is, like, narratively an advantage. So I'm making the difficulty 3. So you can start spending fate points, or you can succeed at a cost, because this isn't an overcome roll.
Okay. Is the gravity off yet, or is it
Nope.
just
Gravity
dark?
is still on.
Okay. If I invoked my sunglasses, would that tie me?
Yes. Yes, it would. And that would be success at a minor cost.
Oh, okay. I'll take that. I'm gonna invoke the sunglasses.
All right.
That was my last point.
All right.
Adjusted my own fate points.
I'm going to say that the oh goodness. The minor cost is going to be that oh goodness, what's his name? Bozidar has a flashlight. He's one of those ones that's got like, you know, his everyday carry collection. Like he's got like a little flipping knife, like a tactical pen. And he also has like a little tiny flashlight on his like key ring, that he has. And he kind of like flashes the light up, and sees you there with it. At this point, I'm going to offer you, you have no way to pay this off. So I'm not going to do that. That would be bad. But then again, how do you get fate points? Like, I've got to offer you a compel. Let's see.
I mean, probably security guards might home in on where his flashlight is flashing at, I guess.
Well, there's that, but I want this to be a little bit more interesting. So, so Drexel, as the light shines on you, and we'll get to what Duval does in just a moment. Bozidar is going to basically gesture to you and say, come with me. I'll get you safely away from here. Basically giving you an opportunity to like join back up with the Order of Invisible Chaos. Now, here's the thing. The compel is that you're going to kind of go with him, and your two companions, Duval and Will, are going to think that you have switched sides. Whether or not you have chosen to switch sides, that is like whatever you've decided. But those two are going to think that you've switched sides.
Don't forget the Frost in this picture too.
Yeah, Miss Frost is there as well. She is going to go along with you. Since you can't say no to the compel, you're going to go along with him. Does that sound fine? Because I know that removes a little bit of agency because you don't have any fate points. But are you good with the story going in that direction, Forrest?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, great.
Because him later anyway.
All right, great. You and the Frost head off with Bozidar. All right, Duval, the lights go out. You watch, the room is dark. What is your response? You hear all sorts of stuff going on, all sorts of noises. You see a light shining up. Yep.
Okay, obviously some type of light showed up.
Yeah, and you see Drexel head off with Bozidar.
And I have no idea who Bozidar is.
That's true, but it seems kind of odd that he's running off with another person here.
I agree. It would be strange, but I don't know who this person is.
That's true.
But the Frost is going with them.
Yes.
I think I have to follow as best I can.
Okay. Are you trying to shadow them, or are you being very obvious about following them?
They're heading out, and I presume that a lot of people are running around in this room, heading out of various doors.
That's true. Bozidar is taking them through the kitchen.
Okay, well, I'm going through the kitchen because I'm a wait person right now.
Okay. So you're, it sounds like a stealth roll to like, I guess my main question is like, do you want them to notice you following them or not?
I don't care if they notice me following them. I don't want everybody in the room to go, wow, he's following them.
There you go. Okay, great. Make a stealth roll for me. Okay. I'm going to set the difficulty for this at a 1 because it is dark. Actually, you know what? It's dark. Well, the kitchen is lit. So I'll set the difficulty at a 1. It's not uncommon for wait staff to walk around the kitchen. All right, that is success with style. I will give you a boost that you can use that's related to this. Okay. It is just called boost. I don't name my boosts because they are fleeting. And the time spent naming boosts is, I think, wasted time. So yeah, you managed to begin following them and everything. Will, the room is dark.
I get on our communicator and I'm like, did you guys grab the stick? Do you need me to turn off the 0G? Did you guys acquire the target?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that was a close one. I can't believe I grabbed the information stick like that. I say it that way because the Bozidar is, right next to me, so I can't be talking on my computer. I had to get it.
Yeah, how easy is it going to be for me to talk without seeming really obvious to all the people around me. I mean, wait staff frequently have little communicating devices, right?
Mm-hmm. That's true. Yes. You could
So
also
I'm gonna,
like lift a phone up to your, up to you and like pretend like you're talking on the phone.
yeah. I mean, have they get to the kitchen and stop, or are they still going?
No, they're continuing. They're like headed through the kitchen. Like
Right.
they basically
So
headed through the kitchen so that they didn't run into anybody in the hallway.
Right. So I'm going to get on the communicator and say, hey, Will, he's running through the kitchen following some guy. I'm in pursuit.
Okay.
Hey, both it are. We're going anyway.
I'm gonna get you to my ship, and we're gonna go ahead and we're going to make a ton of money off of this information stick. Now, I will point out one thing that's very interesting. Bozidar bought the samples, doesn't have them because of all of the chaos, and is helping you get the information stick off of the planet so that they can make money. This is an interesting revelation because you, Drexel, read the mission brief like on the way like to the mission, and it was theorized that the Order of Invisible Chaos were the ones who broke in and stole these plans. Bozidar wanting the stick tells you that it was not the Order of Invisible Chaos that stole this information stick. So,
but only Drexel would have any idea that's true, because Will and I would have no idea that Bozidar was part of the Order of the Invisible Chaos.
Indeed. So yes. So
so Drexel is the only one that should be getting possible weird vibes from this.
Yes.
And I have to figure out some way to convey it to my other teammates without Bozidar catching on.
All right. I just plain ask, do I 0G the kitchen?
Will they still be in the kitchen if he does a 0G on it right now?
No, because you're passing through the kitchen. The kitchen really isn't that
fast,
big as far as like running through it. And then you get out into the hallway and your gravity boots kick in.
It's going to be a 0G anyway.
Yeah.
And what I do, I try to.
Hallway. Oh, go ahead.
I try to look at the hotel surveillance to figure out where they're going and try to figure out where they're running to.
Sure. Go ahead and give me an overcome roll with, it seems like academics would be the way to go for that. I'm going to say the difficulty is a 3 because you're trying to read the schematics, watch where they're going, find the right cameras, all of that jazz.
Yep.
So go ahead and, is that 3 that I see right now what your roll was?
Yep. That's a plus. That's a fresh 3.
It's a fresh 3. All right. So that is going to be a tie on the overcome. So that is success at a minor cost. Excuse me. That can be success at a minor cost, or Duval can give you his boost. Dealing with the bad guys. So Duval, or have you joined us?
I cut out for a second, but I'm here.
That's all right. Hey, the boost that you have, the guard that you took out, this boost could be used by Will. Like you saw some kind of clue as to what was going on with the Order of Invisible Chaos here, and that boost represents helping him find out where they're going.
Sure.
Okay.
Reasonable. Yeah.
All right. That boost has been spent. That makes it a success for you, Will.
Okay.
Will, you know that that Bozidar, you're like looking at all of the different stuff. You're kind of like in the parking garage, looking at the cams on the parking garage. There's like nothing that kind of like seems in particular in the parking garage. You look in the spaceport. There's nothing in particular in the spaceport. And just by just some weird like virtue of something that Duval says, like mentions that like, well, the guard had like, there was a ticket stub on the counter, and it gives you an idea to look at the external cameras, and you see that there is a ship incoming towards the Jewel, towards the building, it's coming in fast. So this is probably Bojidar's like escape plan for getting out of here. So there's a ship coming in really fast. So they are based on like the hallway that they're in. It looks like Bojidar is trying to like get to the end of the hallway, smash out the or like cut through the transparent aluminum, and get out into this like spaceship that's going to rescue them.
Okay. Duval, Drexel, we got a ship coming in fast. It looks like it's the escape ship. I am going to haul back to our ship and
I'll get a communicator and say, I was taken captive for just a little bit, and as I was escaping, I want to know that they are not intending to let us get out of here alive. And Mr. Soul was speaking, telling them what was going on. I recognized his voice. Something is fishy in this area.
Oh. All right, then.
But watch yourself, because they don't intend on letting us live. They know we're here.
Great. Thanks for the warning. I'm still going to try to get back to the ship and get over to where you are.
Is Bozidar just trying to cut through the wall?
Bozidar is heading to the end of the hallway, and you see that he does have a like basically a small mini blowtorch. He puts on a pair of sunglasses, not unlike yours, but the difference is while yours lets you see in the dark, his obstructs like bright light. And he says to you in the frost, like, face the other way, make sure no one's coming. Don't look at this welder. It will affect your eyes. And he begins cutting through the transparent aluminum of the window.
Okay. Is it making any noise? Like,
It is making noise.
I'm going to tell the Frost to run back down to the end of the hallway and lock me and him in there. And then I'm going to tell Will to cut the gravity, and I'm going to put the helmet of my space suit on.
Well, there's no gravity in the hallway. You guys have gravity boots.
Already anti-gravity?
Yeah. And the hallway is like, it's a hotel. So like the hallway doesn't have I guess there could be fire doors. I imagine because like because of the way everything is, there are fire doors. She can drop the fire doors. You tell her this, do you tell her this just plainly right in front of Bozidar as he's doing this?
Well, whisper.
Okay.
I was hoping I could tell her without him overhearing me.
All right. I would like you to go ahead and you're trying to create the advantage of locked in. I'm not her. You're not locked in here with me. I'm locked in here with you, or some variant thereof. And so you are. The skill that seems like that might work for this is empathy, to convince her to do that. Because you're kind of like telling her the truth, like you're willing to like be locked in here with him to do what needs doing.
Or that or rapport.
Yeah. Rapport would be good too. Actually, rapport would be better.
Oh yeah, right. Okay.
Unless there's another skill that you can kind of justify the approach of.
I was thinking about using empathy, but I mean, I think rapport would work generally because it's more of I don't know. It could be either one, I guess. So whatever you want.
Yeah. I'm going to say rapport probably works a little bit better because you're trying to convince her as opposed to try and pick up on her feelings. So I'm going to set the rapport difficulty at a 1 for this, because it's not hard to whisper. It's not going to be hard to convince her to lock you away with this guy.
Oh, I forgot. I switched skills earlier, but that's okay. I'm just rolling it at 0, I guess.
That happens sometimes.
Okay, let's make it work. Okay, let's roll.
All right, you got a 0 against a difficulty of 1 to create this advantage. So here's the option. You can spend a fate point to turn it into a success, or with create advantage. Most of the time when you fail to make create an advantage, you fail to create an advantage. Sometimes what can be done is narratively the advantage of that create advantage, the free invoke, goes to the other side. So for instance, in this instance, I'm going to say that you are still going to create the aspect locked in, but the free invoke is going to go to Bozidar instead of you on this failure. So the question is, do you want to spend a fate point to succeed, or do you want to, are you okay with that failure?
I'll go with the fail.
All right.
You can give the boost to him.
All right. I'm going to remove the dark aspect because I don't think that applies here anymore. But I am going to add the locked in aspect if I can put the cursor in the right place. Locked in. Oh, go ahead.
Do I have any chance to slip in before it's locked, considering I was trying to be hot on their heels?
Absolutely. Absolutely. I'm going to say that if you want to be locked in with them, you can absolutely. No roll required.
Okay.
The frost is more than happy to let you go by. And then she pulls the fire alarm that brings the gate down.
I'm running after and saying something about they ran off without getting their drinks or something.
You see the frost smile as you go by saying that, and she pulls the lever, and you are indeed locked in there with Bozidar. At this point, we are going to go into conflict mode to resolve the fight with Bozidar. We are also going to in the conflict. Okay, it's going to be popcorn initiative. Okay, does everyone know what I mean when I say popcorn initiative?
No.
Okay. Yes. What that means is that whoever makes sense to go first will go first in this scene.
Okay.
And then they get to choose who goes next. And then they get to choose who goes next. After everyone has taken a turn, we start back at, we clear the board. Everybody is fresh. And then the person who goes last can choose who goes first in the next round. And they may choose themselves to go again if they want to.
Okay.
Okay. So that is what I mean by popcorn initiative. It's also called elective action order. There are a couple of other names for it. I generally call it popcorn initiative because I think it's cute, but that's the gist of what that is. The Frost is not going to be in this scene, so I'm going to go ahead and remove her NPC card. But I am going to add to the scene a bad guy card of Bozidar. So Bozidar is there. I think Duval, you could potentially continue to go with the waiter thing, so that aspect will stick. All right. This is the scene. You have become locked in, both Duval and Drexel. Bozidar is going to basically kind of just stop the welder that he has in his hand. Oh, kitty. Hi, kitty. Bozidar is going to stand up and turn around and look you in the eyes, Drexel, and just, so what's going on, Drexel? Are you really part of the Society of the Last Owls?
Bozidar, you better give yourself up. You're surrounded. You checked on what your package is that you bid on yet?
No, I haven't checked on that because I saw a better opportunity with this, and he like reaches in his he goes to like reach in his pocket. You had grabbed the stick. I want to make a compel on Drexel. Let's see, Drexel. Hold on. Okay, let me rephrase that. I'm going to actually offer you a compel on the frost, being her aspect. Bozidar is going to be like, I saw a better opportunity with that info stick that you have. And as you kind of like reach in your pocket to make sure that the stick is still there, we cut to the frost, basically kind of like very calmly riding the elevator down, and putting the information stick in her purse. Would you like a fate point, Drexel, for that, or do you?
I'll take that. I'll take that
Okay.
compel.
All right. There is your fate point. Bozidars, I saw a better opportunity, and I'm going to take that information stick from you, dead or alive, Drexel, preferably dead.
Did you hear me? You're surrounded. Like we've got our ships all around the base.
How did popcorn initiative work here? Excuse me.
Well, right now, Drexel is going to take his turn. You are trying to deceive him, it seems like.
Yeah, I'm trying to use my stunt actually to try to make a provocative using deceive, because I told him a clever lie.
That sounds great. You're attacking with deceive. Let me go ahead and let's see, Bozidar. Let me write down here, Bozidar. Got to give him some skills. I'm going to say that he has. All right. He is going to resist your lies. He is used to dealing with all sorts of people like you. So go ahead and roll your deceive attack. I'm defending with a +4 to my dice roll, which gives me a 5 to defend.
Okay.
Oh, you attack with a 4, he defends with a 5. Are you going to leave it at that, or do you want to ante up a fate point?
Yeah, I'm gonna invoke my high concept, I guess. Yeah.
Sounds good.
That should work, right?
Yep, that gives him 1 point of stress, which he will take.
Okay.
Let's see. Hold on. There we go. He takes 1 point of mental stress from that attack, as he's got like a little doubt that like he knows you're a liar, but sometimes the best lies have a little bit of truth to them. So Drexel, you have gone. You get to choose who goes next: Duval, Will, or Bozidar.
Let's go with Will.
All right. Will, you make it to the ship. You're muted, Will, or you're muted, Bob.
Sorry. That was my question. I'm in the ship. Okay.
Yes.
So am I in the conflict, or how does this play?
So here's the thing. What are you trying to do? You are not in the conflict, but you are in the popcorn initiative so that we continue to make sure that you are in like the story and active and not like sitting around waiting for the conflict to resolve, because you're taking actions at the same time they are.
Right.
And there is this incoming ship. So what is Will doing?
So I am flying the ship to over where they are to maybe intercept and pick them up. And I don't know yet. I don't know that they don't have the stick anymore, right?
Correct.
So I would be taking the ship over closer to where they are.
All right. So you're beelining it for the jewel.
Yeah.
Okay. It sounds like you are in a contest with Bozidar's ship. Okay, so we're going to resolve that like a contest. So right now you're going to be able to make a drive roll against them. And let's see how that ends up. Their drive roll is going to be at a +1, giving me a result of a 3. You have a 2 drive result against their 3. If you let it stand, they get 1 victory in the contest.
Let's let that one stand.
You have an aspect with 2 free invokes, 0 to 60 light years, and 1 second flat.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Let me invoke that. Would that work here?
Yes.
Does speed matter?
Oh, yeah. Just a little bit. Just a little bit. So if you do 1 invoke, that takes you to a 4, which is success, and gives you 1 victory in the contest. If you do both invokes, that is 3. You succeed by 3 or more, which is a success with style, which gives you 2 victories in the contest. But that, of course, also burns all the free invokes on that aspect, but the aspect still exists.
Right. Yeah, let's burn the free invokes.
All right. You have 2 victories in this contest. So you are racing there and you have the edge because you're starting from a closer location. And your ship is really fucking fast. You just worked on it on that ice moon. Great.
Yay.
Cool. So, Will, while you're racing there, who goes next? Duval or Bozidar?
Bozidar goes next.
Damn it. I want Bozidar to go last, so he goes twice. Ruining all my fun. I mean, he could. I mean, who knows what he would decide? I mean, he might not. He would totally decide that. All right, so Bozidar is going to attempt to shove the burning miniature welder that he has in your face, Drexel. How are you responding to that?
I'm definitely going to dive out of the way.
Sounds like
just
you're
trying to get out of the way.
All right. Defend with athletics. He is using fight. He gets a +5 to fight.
Oh.
And he rolled a -2, so that is a 3 result. So go ahead and roll your athletics, Drexel.
Okay.
All right. You've got a -1 to his 3. Currently, that stands as a 4 stress hit. Do you want to absorb 4 stress? Do you want to spend fate points? What would you like to do?
I think I'll have to absorb 4 stress. I don't see anything that I can invoke.
Can he absorb 4 stress?
Yeah. Oh, Drexel's absolutely. There's 6 stress boxes. I don't know why this version of Fate Condensed splits them into physical and mental, because that's not true for Fate Condensed. So there are six check boxes right there. So Drexel takes 4 stress.
If they were split, he couldn't have. That's what I was concerned about.
Yeah. He, as he brings the arc welder up to your face, like you kind of like stumble back blindly because like it's very, very bright. But you manage to very successfully and deftly like move out of the way, or I'm sorry, you move out of the way so you don't get your face burnt, but like the stress is like dealing with that situation and getting out of the way. So you're not burnt. You just took some stress as a result of that, because stress is not necessarily hit points. So, so Bozidar has to pick Duval to go next. Duval, you get to go.
And stress is not split physical mental, so he's still got 3 stress left.
He still has 2 check boxes of stress that he can check, and then he has all of his consequences.
Okay, because Bozidar looks like he's got 3 stress left.
Oh, no. I'm sorry. I was talking about Drexel, not Bozidar. Bozidar has the 2 physical stress boxes and the 2 mental stress boxes, and may have consequences. One thing I don't do is...
I'm just curious why...
Go ahead.
Why Bozidar is split mental and physical, and why Drexel is not.
Because that's a great question. Why don't we go ahead and remove the physical stress, and we'll just rename this stress. And I will give 2 more stress boxes. They should all be 1s.
I mean, I don't care. Great. It just seemed like a disconnect there.
You're absolutely right, Matt. I'm glad that you mentioned it. Thank you.
Okay. So it doesn't
right.
matter whether I attack something that does mental or physical. All I'm trying to do is worry about stress.
Correct.
So I'm going to pull my blasting pistol out and shoot him.
All right. In this instance, if you want to, you can, because you're dressed like a waiter, I will give you an opportunity to attack in this instance with stealth, because you look like a waiter. You were still yelling like you forgot your drinks down the hallway. If that's beneficial to you, I'm letting you know that is an option in this instance.
Can I attempt to deceive to create an advantage to distract him or whatever, so that maybe I can shoot him better on my next shot, which just might happen immediately after this one? You never know.
Well, if you create an advantage, you can absolutely do that, but you will not, with that shot, be able to shoot with stealth. In that instance, I'm offering you, like, if you take advantage of that now and shoot, which you can either create it. Yeah, I'm giving you a rules bending opportunity because of the circumstances.
Okay, I'll take the stealth roll. I got a much better. All right, so I'm shooting with stress and the blasting pistol.
Or stealth, yeah, and I am defending with his athletics. Which is, his athletics is +3, but so that gives me a result of 2. And your attack was 4 with stealth, right?
With stealth, right.
All right. That is 2 additional stress on Bozidar. As you shoot at him, he manages to kind of like, he reacts very quickly. I mean, he is he does work in the criminal underworld. So like your waiter costume, while catching him off guard, doesn't catch him that off guard. And he manages to kind of like put, Drexel between you and him. So like your couple of shots as you're trying to get a good target on him, he manages to prevent you from shooting him directly. That's how I'm representing the stress that he took. So he is closer to being taken out as a result of stress that goes in there. So now
he did not invoke a consequence.
No.
He just narrated how he took.
Yeah, if he took a consequence, then I would name the consequence, tell you what it is, and let you know that you have a free invoke on it.
Gotcha.
So,
okay.
Yeah. The way that I do opponents is that I will reveal as they take stress what they have. And so that allows a little bit of hidden information. It also allows me as the GM to pace, to pace a combat. So like if I revealed my hand directly, I couldn't make any changes on the fly. Like in D&D, if I said that the monster has 60 hit points, as soon as your math hits that you guys have done 60 hit points of damage, then the monster's taken out. But if I don't tell you what the hit points are, back when I played 3.5, I would write down what 3/4 of the hit points were and what the max hit points were. And somewhere in that range, the monster would die. To like make sure that the story kind of narratively fit. Is it cheating? Yes, I'm the GM. That's the way that works. Duval.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah. Duval, you went last, so you get to choose who goes first at the top of the second round.
Well, I got a blasting pistol sitting out here. I might as well go ahead and use it while I'm shooting at him and shoot at him again.
All right. You do not get stealth this time, but you are welcome to shoot at him again. Are you trying to take him out, or are you trying to create an advantage with your shooting?
I'll try to create an advantage. I think that would be more beneficial because I'm going to assume Drexel's got a better shoot than I do and can probably do more damage. So I'll try to create an advantage and keep him off balance so that Drexel's got a better shot at him.
Sounds good. Go ahead and make a roll. He is going to resist with his athletics as, again, he's moving around. I got a 4 result and you got a 3 result. Do you want to spend any fate points on that?
Sure. I'm still the waiter. I'm still being sneaky and behind the scenes, maybe, kind of, sort of.
I think I'm the waiter. I think that aspect is actually gone after the first shot that you've made.
No, that's my high concept, sneaky behind the scenes operator.
Sneaky behind the scenes operator. Yeah, but you're shooting out in the open.
Okay.
I
don't really have any other aspects to apply.
Well, you haven't had a third aspect yet, have you?
That's true. I could define a third aspect.
It could be crack shot.
Sure. I'll do that.
All right.
Okay.
Great.
I'll invoke that and I'll type it in a second. So I'll invoke crack shot or something like that. My other aspect.
All right.
And that gives me 5.
All right. Bozidar is indeed now off balance with a free invoke on it. Excellent. And Bob, thank you for remembering that Duval had a free aspect slot. Go teamwork. So Duval, you managed to get Bozidar off balance. Who are you going to choose to go next in initiative? It can be either of your companions or Bozidar.
It's going to be Drexel. I'm going to hope he can take him out.
Okay. You blinded me. I'll shoot him.
All right. Go ahead and shoot. He is going to defend with athletics. He gets a +3 to this and gets a 3 result.
Okay. Why won't it do it? Oops. Roll.
All right. He got a 3 against your 1. So that is a successful defend.
He's got a free invoke on it that he can take for my advantage.
That would take it up to a tie, which would give a boost to Drexel. And then you could spend fate points to, if you've got the aspects to justify it, to keep going.
Okay. So am I doing that? Do I get your boost? Or
yeah, you get my advantage. So you're at 3 now.
Yep, that ties. You can also at this point spend a fate point on off balance as well, because you can spend a fate point on an aspect and use free invokes that are on it. So this is one of the rare moments when you can like take double advantage of an aspect.
That's true.
I will. Oh, you know what? I want to fill in another aspect for. I shot first, and I'm going to invoke that.
All right.
Right?
So,
That brings it up to Bozidar taking 2 stress. Did you want to spend a second fate point to give him 4 stress?
He's only got 1 stress box left, doesn't he?
Yes,
got
but he
consequences
may have consequences.
Okay.
So I'm telling you, with the 2 stress, he is not going to be taken out.
Oh, okay.
So
Yeah, I'm not going to
So
let
he's
you
gonna-
spend fate points blind. I will tell you that like 2 stress is not enough to take him out. If you ante up the second fate point, then I will tell you whether or not 4 stress will take him out.
Okay, let's try it one more time.
All right. I'm assuming that the last fate point will be spent on off balance because that can be done, or do you want to use another aspect to justify that?
No, just off balance one will work.
Okay. So 4 stress is enough to take Bozidar out. Bozidar had the 1 stress box left and had a mild consequence slot, so that 4 points managed to take Bozidar out. So Bozidar is dead as a doornail. Had he survived that, I was going to actually have him concede, but he did not concede in time, so he is deceased instead of conceded. And so yes, Bozidar is dead, and you know that the situation that you're in. At the same time that this happens, let's see. I'm actually going to, at this point, given that we are just 1 minute to time, and is it okay if we run over a little bit by like 10 or 15 minutes?
Yeah, 10 or 15 doesn't bother me.
Okay. Okay. I mean, I'm ready for dinner, but 10 or 15 minutes is fine. I can be hungry for a little bit. So at this point, I'm going to say that because you've defeated Bozidar, Will, you managed to get the ship to the jewel first before Bozidar's ship. And you managed to like get them out of the jewel, onboard the ship. And then you can kind of basically like fly off to safety because like with everything that's going down, basically all of the people on like the security forces on Black Moon are basically like coming to this area because something has definitely gone bad.
Right.
And so we are going to conclude the session with you've been betrayed by the Frost, who took advantage of a good situation. And you now know that Mr. Soul is a double agent, but he doesn't know that you know he is a double agent. And that is where we're going to leave off with our space spy adventure.
Yay!
So at the end of, what was that?
I said that's a good cliffhanger.
Excellent.
Yeah.
So I like to end my sessions with something like all of my sessions with something that I call wishes and stars. Sorry, I used to call it roses and thorns. Now I call it wishes and stars. Basically what it is I would love to hear your stars for today's session, like the things that you really liked and enjoyed. And I would also like to hear what you wish could have gone differently or gone better. Because that makes me a better GM. So whenever you've got something, please share.
I hate to start on the negative without having a positive first, but one of the things I was really curious about was the fate point economy, and it didn't seem to be used all that much in the session. I mean, there was some, but there wasn't much.
I agree. I think that And don't worry about leading off with something that's kind of a wish. It's not a problem. Sometimes that happens in the Fate games that I run. I have a tendency to be overly conservative on difficulties. And so had I raised difficulties by an average of like 1 or 2 points over the course of the session, then I would have drained your fate points a little bit faster and we would have had more compels in the session.
See, and that was actually going to be one of my stars, because in the sessions that I've run, it moves even slower. So it was nice to see more fate economy happening.
I will agree. That's true of mine too, but I was hoping to see a much more dynamic, to see how one could throw in compels a whole lot more. But I mean, you're right. They moved more than I moved them. So you did a good job. That my wish isn't like I'm really complaining. It's just that's one thing I would have enjoyed seeing more.
Hey, listen, if you have complaints, bring them out too. Like, I don't improve if you're not candid. So one thing that I would do, like if this was an ongoing campaign, is, well, first of all, during character creation, one of the things that I do when people create aspects is make them write up a couple of examples of invokes and compels. Okay. So what that does is that forces the player who's coming up with it to generate a couple of ways that an aspect can be used, both for them and against them. And that helps make sure that an aspect is going to work. And the aspect doesn't have to be worded perfectly. The writing up those examples helps communicate the intention behind the aspect. So like, for instance, Duval, fascinated by new things. I kept coming back to that trouble and trying to find a way to make that work as a compel, like within the idea of like a spy narrative. And I can tell you that I held back on compelling that in part because I didn't... everybody was being amazingly competent during the session, like doing a really good job. And I didn't want to give Duval a little bit more of a goofy feeling. Maybe I shouldn't have done that. Maybe I should have compelled that to have you go after the shiny new thing. But basically, like, coming back to like, how do you get more compels and more like fate points moving, raise difficulties, and make sure that aspects have like good ways that they can be compelled.
Yeah, I think I would have compelled that one when I grabbed the first thing and ran out into the casino lobby. I think you could have compelled, like, there's all kinds of cool stuff out here.
Yeah.
When I saw the guards charging with the weapons and all. Anyway, that's where I kind of thought that might get compelled.
And one thing that that I try to remind players, and I didn't remind you during this session, is that like self-compels are completely valid. You can absolutely complicate your own life. I will admit that like my home group is a bunch of GMs. So like, whenever they get low on fate points, they're basically like, yeah, my life is a fresh hell. Can I have a fate point? And I'm like, sure. So I have to admit that I'm a little bit spoiled in that regard. And so some of my reflexes are a little bit rusty.
I did like the way you explained what happened when we got to, okay, well, you tied on that, but it was a creative advantage, or you missed, so it, and walked us through things. Again, that's not generic fate, but I appreciated that for keeping track of what's going on today.
Thank you.
Yeah. Scope of actions was good. Yeah. This is something I struggle with. As you can tell, I want to do 10 things every time I go to do something. So I like learning that, seeing examples of that.
Yeah, there's a fine balance between, like, you know, I will allow like multiple things to happen as a result of one die roll. But you know, when you're trying to get, the difference for me is like, what is the outcome at the end of that die roll? If it's a single outcome, like you want to swing from the chandelier and stab, you know, the opponent, it's like, okay, great. You can either attack with athletics or attack with fight. make a roll. Because that's one outcome. But when you want a couple of outcomes where you're like, I'm going to swing from the chandelier and I'm going to cut it so that it falls, and then I'm going to attack them as I land. It's like you're trying to get several different outcomes, and we've got to scope it down to one particular outcome. So
count outcomes.
Yes.
Yeah.
That is the way to do that. Any other wishes and stars for today?
I like how you kind of polled us whenever we needed like a name or like a detail. I mean, I know a lot of GMs kind of do that, but I like that because, I mean, I'd probably do that if I was GMing because I always have a hard time coming up with names, or details.
Yep.
And you can't really do that in other role-playing games either. They don't really set it up that way. That's what I liked about it.
Yeah, that's a favorite of mine. I like to have a framework of a thing and then ask for details from the players. It creates. I like it because it creates more buy-in into the world, because it's like, okay, so I've contributed to this world. Like, Bozidar is who Bozidar is because of everything that you said. That did not lessen the challenge that he represented. It did not make things easier for you. But you contributed to who this character was. And so, yeah, I like doing that trick a lot.
Yeah.
An indirect star that isn't applied to you is I like Fari. I've
Yeah.
never seen it before, but I think the app looks pretty nice and solid.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, much better suited to Fate than Roll20.
Yes.
Keeping track of things.
Yes.
And I also like mixing the conflict at the end, the conflict with the combat, two separate things going on to keep everybody involved. Yeah, that was cool.
Yeah, I like making sure that everybody is in the action. Like, whenever I run campaign games, I actually literally have a little timer app on my computer that I shove in the corner. And my home group always splits up. And so what I'll do is I'll set a timer for like 7 minutes. And then whenever the timer goes off, I will find a cutoff moment for that scene and then go to someone else. That way, we're bouncing back and forth and following, even though one person may be the main plot narrative. I want to make sure that other players have something interesting going on as well. And if I find I'm going too long on a main plot scene and everybody else doesn't really have anything to do, I'll just wrap up that main plot scene faster. Because it's the way it happened, and I don't want people to sit idle. This is entertainment,
Yeah.
So
Yeah. Nice.
Cool.
All right. If no one has anything else, I want to cycle back to yeah, exactly.
All right. So the question of how do I prep for one shots? How do I do one shots? You're the first one who has asked me that question throughout this entire process.
Okay.
So basically the first thing that I do is I go through character creation. So that gives me an idea of what kind of genre, what kind of game we want to play. And with your aspects, it tells me what you want out of the story. Okay. Drexel's aspects told me that Drexel wants to be caught between two organizations, Duval's aspects told me that Duval wants to be sneaky and in the background. And, Will's aspects told me that he wants to be the man in the chair, and so that gives me something to start with. What I did for this one, let me look for my particular Post-it note here that I did. So what I did was, the first thing that I did when we broke is that, because I don't watch a whole lot of spy movies. I've watched James Bond. I watched the recent Man from U.N.C.L.E. movie. They're good. I like them, but I'm not super familiar with spy movie tropes. So the first thing that I did was I typed in spy plots or in a search engine, and I was like, okay, what do we have here? I found this like thing that was like, there's stale beer spy movies. There are martini spy movies. And so like the martini spy movies, they were kind of like, it's like, okay, so these movies have parties, fast cars, hot women, cool gadgets, and big explosions. Okay, so I wrote down 4 of those things. I omitted hot women from this because at my heart, I'm kind of a feminist, and I, believe that all people should be treated like equally and not like things. So I omitted that one from the list, and I didn't lean into that trope. It's okay that we had like the Frost be a very attractive woman. Like, there's nothing wrong with having an attractive woman character. Like, it was fine. I just didn't want to lean into that particular trope. So I had those things on my list. The next thing that I did was I went, okay, so I need like a scene list. Like, what scenes are we going to go through like in this movie? Like, if I were like to plot this, what would I do? And so I wrote down like, I'm like, okay, so mentor mission, recover stolen plans for, and I'm like, what are those stolen plans? I'm like, it's a dingus, but I need to give the dingus a name. So that's when I found the molecule like random name generator, and I'm like, okay, let's do this word that I trip on all the time, Deprectinhell. And I'm like, okay, so then after that, I should have a gather resources scene, which was basically you all creating the aspect with the gear that you had. Because I'm like, that's part of a spy trope, right? Getting gear, like that's part of like martini spy stuff. Then I have literally talk to contact, attacked by group, regroup, get plans, betrayed by mentor. Like, that's what I wrote down. So like, that is exactly what I wrote down on this little sheet here. So, that is literally how I planned it. The breaks that we took, that first break was so that I could do this plan. The second break that we took, was because I had a need of a bio break. And I also wanted to put some thought into like where you were going and what we were going to do. So that's why, before the break, I asked, okay, what is it? It's a rogue planet. It's got many black markets. It's called Black Moon. And then, when we took the break and after I took my bio break, I wrote down no gravity because, Duvall has that stunt. And I was just like, let's make it a little bit more space science fiction-y in the spy thing. And I'm like, okay, they need to go to like a hotel. They're having an auction at a ballroom. What's the name of the hotel? I went to another random generator, got the name of the jewel. And then I determined that like the auction room would have artificial gravity, but the rest of the hotel wouldn't, so that there were like some differences in the different places that you could go. And that's basically how I put it all together.
Cool.
So
thanks.
Yeah, fantastic.
Yeah. Would you be interested in how I prep for campaign style play? And I can, okay. So campaign style play, what I will do is I will actually, spend some time thinking about the, like, during like session 0, we create the characters. What I will do then is I will look for aspects that can connect. Okay. Sometimes the aspects directly connect. Like one player says like, oh, well, I was born and raised on Black Moon. And another character might be like, I do business on Black Moon. It's like, okay, those two aspects directly connect because those two players fed off each other. But what I will do is like, my parents were killed by a mysterious like person, and somebody else will be like, oh, my brother's a dick. And I'm like, all right, great. Dick brother is the person who killed the family, and start connecting aspects and creating relationships between those aspects that will then, like, as a result of like, how are these, me answering the question, how are these aspects connected, generates things that are like, in my mind, true in the world that I can use going forward. And then I will create like, various, like fronts, like Dungeon World style, which is basically like we have like this organization's trying to do this guild is trying to do this, this is the list of things that they're trying to do, which, like, you know, it can be innocuous, it can be, you know, tragic, whatever the case might be, and then I generate, like, I don't know, anywhere between 4 and 8 NPCs that are parts of the various groups, have different alignments, different relationships with the characters. And then when we get into play, I'll spend like 3 or 4 sessions going through a plot line that relates to all of that stuff that I've made. And then depending on where it goes, I will do other idea generating sessions to keep the story moving. But generally I front load by creating those fronts and NPCs and locations as well. I'll create interesting locations. Like if the players are traveling to, you know, the distant city of Somethingsburg, I will be like, okay, so there's some interesting things in Somethingsburg. Here are 4 locations. There are tar pits. There's an underground library. There is the like world's largest tower at 4 stories tall. And like, you know, just create some locations. And then, you know, as the game goes on, if I need a location, I pull from my list of locations and say, hey, they agree to meet you at the underground library. So,
and how much do you let the players help you flesh out those locations once you start using them?
That's great. I let them flesh out a lot. And sometimes I'll even say, like, you know, in my notes, I'll be like, the library is unusual. Like, it's renowned for library name. And it's like, okay, so I'm just like, all right, your contact says, you know, meet at library name, and it's an unusual library. So tell me what's unusual about the library, you know, and I'll ask, you know, someone will say something and then I'll ask a question that kind of like helps feed into that. Like, okay, so the library is underground. Great. The library is underground. Does that mean that, like, you know, like, is it very popular in this town to have underground, like, rooms? Maybe there's something going on in this town that's like that. And I'll be like, is this the only place that's underground, or are there like other underground locations because they like it to be like nice and cool in this location, and just basically kind of feed off from there. So I think my very favorite one of those that I did was I had the players were in a like a nation's capital. This is a like flintlock fantasy game that I had, and the king was dying, and one of the players was one of the like many daughters of the king, and a distant cousin from like up north was coming down with an army because he knew the king was sick and was basically going to take over and declare themselves king. And this is something that they didn't want, but I knew this person had an army and was trying to become king. And I even had a name for this person, but I told them, I said, I don't know anything about this person. Like, what is like the part of the country that he comes from? What's it known for? Like, you know, it has a very profitable export. What's that profitable export that allows him to pay all of these mercenaries? You know, and then I'm like, what is this, you know, why does this person want to be king? You know, like, and I'll say like, the reason has to be like really strong for them to raise an army, but why do they want to be king? And like the players, like, you know, made suggestions. I forget exactly what it was, but, you know, like they get to say like, oh, well, the king, like, you know, basically like exiled them to the distant province that they were at, and they just happened to uncover this very profitable export while he was there. And like, and so the players feed into that, but I still have my framework. Like, there's an army coming with a person who wants to declare themselves king. So the challenge is still there. It's just the details get filled in. So.
Thank you.
All right. I'm going to go ahead and stop the video. Let's say thank you to everybody who's watching this on YouTube later. Thank you.
Thanks.
Thanks.